Yes. Okay, great. Thanks, Lawrence. All right, good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Beccaro from the Office of Charter Schools. I am going to take roll very quickly, and then Chair Quigley can take over. Jamie Falconberry.
Here. Here.
Terry Stoops.
Here.
Joel Ford.
Present.
Bruce Friend. Rita Hare.
Here.
Lynn Kroger.
Here.
Hilda Parlay. Okay. Sherry Reeves.
Present.
Cheryl Turner.
Here.
Heather Van Cannon. Alex Quigley. All right, I see Alex on here, so.
Oh, you can't. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, we have a quorum, so we may begin whenever you're ready.
Great. Thanks. Before we get started today, I want to just take a moment of silence to recognize we had a charter school teacher who passed away from Union Academy, and Lynn Kroger, one of our board members, is from Union Academy. I'm going to actually pass it to her to say a few words, and then we'll take our moment of silence.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, Ken Stanley. He left the corporate world in 2005 and became a middle school math teacher at Union Academy. And he was adored and loved by his students, and he was really a true friend and colleague. And not only do we mourn his loss, but the loss of others that have gone before him. So I appreciate everyone taking a moment of silence.
So I'll ask for just a brief moment of silence at this time. Thank you. Thank you, board members. I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance for us to all say together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, I will read the mission statement and ethics statement. The Charter Schools Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Board members, our ethics statement, board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of this advisory board. Does any member of the advisory board know of any conflicts of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
Chair Quigley, this is Cheryl Turner. I'll be recusing for Go Big.
Thank you, Chair. Let the record show Cheryl Turner will be recusing from Go Big. And if during the course of the meeting you become aware of any actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the Chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in the discussion on the matter and from voting. Okay, we'll take a look at the agenda for today. As you can see, we are going to start, well, before we do that, let's approve last month's minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes?
Chair Quigley, I'll make a motion that we approve on the January regular meeting and special call meeting minutes.
It's been moved. Do I have a second?
This is Carol. I'll second.
All right. We'll properly moved and seconded. So I heard Cheryl and Terry. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, we'll just do a voice vote for this. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, for our agenda today, we'll begin briefly with amendments. We'll have a presentation from North Carolina Cyber Academy, our kind of regular presentation. We're excited to welcome Superintendent Catherine Truitt briefly to address the board. And then we'll jump into our final interviews of the year, which is very exciting. Go Big and Dogwood. We'll then have an update on the Access Grant. We'll discuss the upcoming application timeline and close out with update on the Virtual Academy and any updates from Dave. And I'll note that we anticipate that cyber might not take 30 minutes at that, since we're not gonna jump ahead of anything on the agenda necessarily. Superintendent's time is very specific, so we may be able to have Dave's director updates at that time. So I'll just request that you remain flexible in that regard. So any discussion on the agenda? Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the agenda.
This is Lynn, I second it.
Properly moved in second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, we'll do a voice vote.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, Ashley.
All right, good morning, everyone. We have a number of amendments this morning, so I am going to begin with those amendments for which I have not asked a school representative to join us. The first is Queen City STEM. So this is another weighted lottery request. You have been seeing several of these over the last year. This is a school that currently serves K to 10. They are approved to serve K to 12. They opened in 2015 and they operate in Mecklenburg County. They are a Title I designated school, so currently their population of economically disadvantaged students is over 24% and continues to increase naturally. They are an NC Access grant recipient, and so they have set a goal of reaching 53% economically disadvantaged students by the year 2024. They have a marketing and recruitment plan that is, focused on the communities and the areas with students in need. And through the NC Access grant, they have also used those grants to provide services and support for economically disadvantaged students. Any questions on this amendment?
Ashley, this is Sherry. Are we seeking approval per amendments?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the weighted lottery request for Queen City STEM.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? No, sorry, it wasn't seconded. Do I have a second?
Second, Heather.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on this motion? All right, hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote for these.
Okay. Terry Stoops,
Yes.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Bruce Friend, Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay. I think Hilda's absent today. Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it passes. Okay, our second amendment is from Kestrel Heights Charter School. So Kestrel Heights is a school operating in Durham County. They serve K through 8, and they are one of our oldest charter schools, having operated since 1998. They currently have about 450 students that attend the school, and this request is for 3 different items. So the first item is a mission statement request, and you can see here the previous mission. Their new mission is that Kestrel Heights is a small, diverse, and inclusive learning community in Durham. Our mission is to empower our scholars to sharpen academic knowledge, demonstrate creative expression, and expand leadership abilities to prepare for success in high school, college, and beyond. Like many of our schools, over time, they decide to have a strategic planning implemented with board and other stakeholders, and this is the mission that they have decided on. In addition to that, they are requesting 2 changes in their charter. Their first is that they are changing their child nutrition program. So they have always provided meals, just like our other charter schools, to scholars who qualify. And that's just something that they have put in their budget. They are now going to actually implement the National School Lunch Program. So that is something through state board policy that requires state board approval. And then in addition, they have had a variety of transportation plans where, you know, they worked individually with families to figure out how to best get children to the school. But now with the demographics changing and having a wider span of students, they have decided to implement a new transportation plan, which includes busing. And they explain it through here. They have also added information to their, or line items to their budget to pay for all of these items. Their transportation plan will now include contracting with a bus provider, and they will provide neighborhood hubs for pickup and drop off. And then they also are seeking to provide door-to-door service for younger scholars and for at-risk scholars. They have included in the budget several line items, including cafeteria staff, benefits, and then $142,000 for the bus transportation. Are there any questions for this?
Ashley, this is Rita Hare. I have a question.
Yes.
I noticed in their new mission statement that they have eliminated the reference to the PADEA principles. Do you know if they are also adjusting their curriculum in that way?
Because their charter application is one of our oldest charter applications. It looks quite different than ones that you are probably used to seeing now. And I believe that they've previously changed that many years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ashley, this is Sherry. I make a motion that we approve the changes to Kestrel Heights as requested.
This is I second that motion.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and call for a roll call vote.
Okay. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Rita Hare, Rita. She seconded it, so. Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
This is Rita. Aye.
Okay, thank you, Rita. All right, it passes. The next amendment request I'm going to go to is Wilmington School of the Arts. So let me just make sure I can find the materials here. All right, here we go. Okay, so Wilmington School of the Arts just opened this year. It is their first operating year, and they have a request to change the grades served from their original projections. And let me pull it up here. As you can see, this year they've served K through 2. And they are not changing their enrollment projections at all. We are simply focusing on the grade levels today. And they are requesting to add 2 additional grade levels. So as you can see, for year 2, they were projected for K to 3, which would be year 2 would be next year. They are wanting to add they are wanting to add 4th and 5th grade, which was already in their original approved application, but they're moving it up in time, as you can see here. And they have several reasons for wanting to do this, but mainly it's demand and wanting to keep the students that they have, and having sibling requests and other demands in the community. They do operate under an NC Access grant, so they provide bus transportation, they provide meals, and they currently have Title I, as a Title I economically disadvantaged students of over 51%. And I have asked Miss Hogan, Susan Hogan, to join us. She's here today, just if you have any questions, as it is their first operating year. She is available to answer those questions for you. Hi, Susan.
Hi, everyone.
Are there any questions for Ms. Hogan?
Susan, I have a question. So currently, you guys have 112 students, is that correct?
Correct. And we're only looking to add 1 class of 4th and 1 class of 5th, and I would like to cap the class at 20 apiece, especially since these children that will be coming to us have probably experienced some type of hybrid or only virtual model. But right now, before even we weren't able to have our January 28th first parent night because of COVID and restrictions with the building we were going to use. So we haven't even really started our marketing effort or anything like that. And currently, and this is an update as of this morning, I have 10 applicants for 4th and 10 applicants for 5th already without even doing a marketing push of any sort.
So the total projected student enrollment is showing at 320. So you're not really seeking to...
I'm not seeking to up the number at all, and in fact, it'll probably be lower than 320 just because of buildings and facilities, and our original charter keeps class sizes very small. And when I put in my original CSADM, I estimated on the low side, and the budget that I included with my amendment pack is for 220 students. That's more where I project us to be as far as numbers next year, 220 to 240. So I'm not really asking for an increase in numbers or to go up to the 400 or past it, just adding 1 class of 4th and 1 class of 5th.
So you've already put in your CSADM projection for next year?
Yes, my first CSADM, and then Angela Harrison said that we do another one in June, is my understanding. I apologize for my naivete, but I was kind of dropped into this role, so to speak, in the middle of September, and this is my first year as a charter school leader.
Right, that's understood. So I'm just trying to determine if you currently have, so how many current 2nd graders do you have?
2nd grade is our largest. We have 22. I may end up with 2 classes of 3rd grade. That would be the one group that I may have to add an additional class to rather than just having the 1 3rd grade. But we were already approved to go to 3rd grade anyway. And I guess I misunderstood a little bit on my end. When I saw the approval for K-8 for the charter, I assumed that that meant you added grade levels at your discretion and at the demand of the community. Also, having worked in the public schools as an administrator, I kind of just would like to, and as a testing coordinator for county, I would kind of like to get my testing grades and they're all at one time, so to speak. But also the demand is really coming from families that have siblings that one may be in the first grade and one may be in the fifth, and they want them both at our school.
Thank you. Ashley, my question's for you. So the projected, on the application, year 2 projected enrollment is 320. Is there an issue with it being way under?
No, and I've talked to Ms. Hogan about this, just to make this amendment kind of as simple as possible. I suggested that we only focus on the grade levels, because with CSADM, that's really what we would be looking at in terms of budgeting, and that's really the important thing for DPI to be aware of. Usually with these new schools especially, I don't recommend them to lower the enrollment in the actual application in case, next year they have a huge influx of students, just to kind of give them that cushion. And really, Ms. Hogan and I spoke a lot about just CSADM and how that process works and making sure that is correct. And, working with the DPI staff, they are aware that they are projecting under. And as long as it's right in CSADM, we don't necessarily need to change that in the application.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be completely transparent and I'm honest and transparent with OCS and everyone. We are still having a delay on getting building permits and that kind of thing. I would love to have 320. That would be great. But as far as buildings and facilities go, the 2 that I have available for me for next year, they will not be able to house over 240. And I'm just feeling like we would not be able to have our public hearing to go into the new location and, to get a modular set up and that kind of thing, and the timeline that would allow us to do so. So that's why I based my budget realistically on the way that I did. And I'll be honest, buildings and facilities is kind of brand new to me. It's not something that I did as a principal in the public school system.
Ms. Hogan, this is Rita Hare. A question for you.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't see it in what you submitted, but does the school use a weighted lottery?
Yes, we do. We do. I didn't think we would have to. I was shocked and amazed and very happy and pleased to see such an interest in our little school, as we are small and we are new, without ever even doing a marketing push. But yes, I think we're going to end up having to use a weighted lottery in certain grade levels.
And so
that's in our original charter.
it is.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes, ma'am.
in your building, you just happen to have 2 additional classrooms available to add 2 additional grade levels that weren't intended with your original?
I do in the current building. I could add them by going into another part of the church, or we are thinking about, and they are working on, and I'm just hoping the building permits and everything go through in time to get us back to, I guess, which was our original location. I was not part of that process back then, which is Sunset Park Baptist Church, and yes, I will have the room.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Ashley, I know that you've spoken a lot with, this is Alex, the school's new leader who we have here. Based on kind of what's the staff's recommendation on this?
I would say we recommend this. They have presented the materials that they need for, to show that they can house these students and serve these students and have it in the budget. And I think given the low enrollment that they currently have, and a new leader having to step in there, very suddenly, it would be helpful for the school.
Alex, this is Dave. I totally agree with what Ashley just said.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion?
Alex, can I just ask one clarifying question?
Yep.
Is it grades 4th and 5th or 4, 5, and 6?
4th and 5th, I went ahead and added 6 to there because Ashley said do any grade level changes that I saw necessary. For someone who's worked in education for over 20 years, I wanted to go ahead and offer, our 5th graders a way to go up to 6, but 7th and 8th grade and high school are a whole other animal, so to speak. But she told me to add any grade levels in the chart, so if I made a mistake there, I apologize, but I just went ahead and added them and amended.
So are you planning to add 6 next year?
No, ma'am, just 4th and 5th. The 3rd year, I would add 6 for those 5th graders that would be moving up.
And then you would hold steady in year 4?
Right.
Yeah, I think I would hold steady, add an additional 6th grade from kids just coming from the outside that haven't been part of our program the whole time, and just kind of let things ease off until I make sure that I have, in my mind, I would prefer a 7th and 8th grade, but kind of in a, not separate location, but separate from like my K2 babies, because there is quite a difference in age and maturity. So I'm hoping at that point that I would have something like a, 4 to 6 class modular or a large enough building or facility at that point to where I would be able to actually do that.
So, okay, so part of the reason that you want to add 6 a year later is because you want to keep your kids, then you don't want to keep those kids?
I don't know. I was gonna actually ask Ashley about that and get her advice. We've had some issues with Vanguard and calling them about modulars. We've heard things like 18 months. It took them over a month and a half to get back to us. So I'm just a little unsure. I mean, if I didn't have to add 6, if that's not an option, the only thing I'm really looking towards right now is adding 4th and 5th. If we become a K-5 school, then we become a K-5 school. But I do know that we were originally K through 8, and our families know that. So I probably should go back and add 7th and 8th next year, so the 6th graders have somewhere to go. You are correct. I just was a little hesitant because of the building and facility troubles that we've been having this year. I think a lot of it stems around the pandemic. There's a lot of new construction in our area. Building permits are being held up. I'm not really sure what's going on with the modulars and Vanguard and what the holdup is there, but I think a lot of it just stems to backlog from the pandemic.
They will also, after year 3, if they decide that they want to go to add that 7th grade, they will be able to do that after that 3rd year.
That's what I thought I understood. Yeah.
This is Rita Hare. I'm wondering, since this is year 1 and it's a K2 school, if we could approve and have you advance with your grades 3, 4, 5, but maybe down the road, year 3 or 4, see how things have progressed and look at another amendment to add middle school, which is just a whole new component, curriculum.
It's a whole other animal.
Everything. Yeah.
I agree with you, Dr. Hare. I'm completely fine with that. I've worked K-12. My administrative experience has been in middle school and high school, my teaching in elementary. And yes, they're very different animals. I completely agree with you.
Mm-hmm. If we could adjust the amendment with that wording, I would be glad to make a motion.
Okay. I would definitely be willing to do that, and I have no problem bringing another amendment along when we're ready to add those.
I welcome other board members' feedback.
Well, actually, if we do 4, 5 now, they won't even need another amendment to add 6 as long as they're not low performing. They'll be able to go ahead and add the grade up, 1 grade at a time, so they wouldn't even need to have to come back.
That could just remain to be seen how the performance goes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley, this is Terry Stoops. I have a quick question. So we would be voting on the all 5-year plan rather than just year 2.
It sounds like Dr. Hare has suggested just recommending the year 2, adding 4th and 5th grade.
Okay.
And we can revise that if that's the motion you guys decide to make. And then going forward, like Ms. Turner stated, they should be able to add just 1 year at a time if they're not low performing. And if we need to come back for an amendment down the road, we can also do that.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ashley, I would feel more comfortable making that motion. So I make a motion that we allow Wilmington School of Arts to add grades 4 and 5 for year 2.
Okay.
Mrs. Sherry.
This is Lynn Kroger. I second that.
Okay, properly moved and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford. Rita Hare. Oh, thank you. Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, great. It passes. And Susan,
Thank
also
you.
just about the next steps for this, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate your help, and I appreciate the board for allowing this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. Okay, we have another amendment, 2 more amendments. So our next one that I'm going to go to is Telra Institute. Telra is K-5. They are scheduled to open this upcoming fall in Mecklenburg. I believe many of you on the board were here for their original interview and approval. They are a school that focuses on AIG education. They have decided to come forth with an amendment to increase enrollment for their first year, given the demand they are seeing. It's a total of 30 students, as you can see here on the proposed enrollment chart. And here today we have the board chair, I believe, and the principal, perhaps. They can answer any questions, given that this is they have not currently opened, but they can speak more directly to the demand they are seeing. And hi, Dr. Bott, I see you, and Mrs. Armour.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Mr. Picaro.
You're welcome. And board, if you have any questions, they are happy to answer them.
This is Cheryl. Talk to us about the demand that's causing you to feel like you need this in year 1.
Absolutely. Ms. Turner, if you remember, a couple of years back, we came before you to request this school's approval. And, in retrospect, I feel like we were probably conservative in the enrollment numbers we thought we would see. And I think maybe some of the board members actually advised us of that and thought we should probably aim a little bit higher. And it turns out you're right. We are approved for 240 slots this coming fall in grades K through 3. And at the moment, last week when we submitted this letter to Ms. Picaro, I think we were at 378. Now we're about 387. So it trickles in around 10 a week or so, increasing. So we have about 387 applications now for those 240 slots. And, Principal Armour and I have both heard, many appeals from parents trying to, find any way if they can, they're on the wait list, if there's any way we can make more seats available. We're hearing from students who've maybe have been allocated seats in some of the older grades, but they have younger siblings and their families are trying to decide, is the school going to work for them if their younger siblings are on the wait list and don't have space to get in, for example. When we originally proposed this, we didn't know what kind of building facility we would have. And luckily, we were able to lease a space from a church this year where we do have the capacity to expand and add 2 more classrooms of 15 each. And so our request is really to be able to add one additional first grade, one additional second grade classroom at 15 each, to be able to serve these families that are coming to us and really finding resonance with the educational model we're proposing.
Mr. Bott, this is Ms. Reeves. Did you use the weighted lottery in your enrollment?
We did, yes, we did, and that was something that the board approved a few months back, and we found that it was actually quite effective. Our target this year was 13% educationally disadvantaged, and we're right around that number, around 12 or 13%. That number could go up, we think, because there's a few families that are still asking questions about whether or not they qualify, and we think they probably do. And then that number ramps up over time, a couple % each year. But we're right on target this year for our goals there. So the weighted lottery absolutely helped. Our plan to offer a meal program certainly helped. The efforts we've made to reach out to various educationally disadvantaged communities, in marketing certainly helped, although that was hamstrung certainly by COVID and our inability to have a lot of in-person meetings. But we've been able to at least hit our targets, and hopefully in future we can do even better.
I just point of clarification. You're listed as a chancellor. Does that mean you now work for the school?
That's right. I'm not on the board. I work for the school. That's
okay.
Right.
Dr. Bott, this is Rita Hare. In your revised budget, your facility lease, is that amount based on what you've currently committed to for the lease of the facility?
We have flexibility within that lease. Basically, we have access to the whole. It was a preschool building previously occupied by a church, and we have access to that whole building. So we have several extra rooms. So there won't be any incremental leasing cost. Of course, there'll be increasing operating costs from cleaning and additional furniture and IT and things like that we'll have to bring in to outfit those extra rooms. But the cost reflects the expectations between the lease and our investments for next year in our permanent facility.
Okay, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
This is Rita Hare again. I guess I have one more question about the budget. I believe I understood you just to say that you are an employee of the school.
Yes.
Are you in the budget?
I'm in the budget, yes.
So what is the title there?
I think in the budget, I think I've used the principal title for me simply because there are limitations on how much we can edit that particular budget template.
Okay.
Yeah, so I kind of had to force fit our finances to that template.
Right. Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Sure.
This is Cheryl. I guess I just have a little concern, and my concern is that our experience has been that schools do not meet their first year enrollments when they open. They think they have a lot of kids, and then it just doesn't materialize. Parents decide to do something else, whatever, it just doesn't materialize. Add to that this is just a really unusual year in terms of just the whole school thing and what parents are going to decide to do next year. I just have some concerns about allowing schools that have not yet opened to increase their enrollment.
Could we get a review or assess, from staff in terms of, is that something that we normally do? Just refresh our memories, and then does staff have a recommendation on this?
You have seen several, planning year type of enrollment changes. Unfortunately, most of the changes you see are actually decreases because the schools simply do not have the demand. And I'm sure, as you are aware, the last couple of years we've had, a number of schools really struggle with demand. The amount of demand that this school is evidencing makes me think that they will not have problems meeting this, especially since it's a rather small increase in terms of 30 students. But you have made these approvals, but the majority of them are often decreasing requests because they just realize they cannot meet the demand.
That I'm always going to approve, but
Yeah.
Have we approved an increase in the kind of interim period?
To be honest, not that I'm aware of, not in the last couple of years that I can think of off the top of my head.
That's going to be an important factor for me to make a decision here. I think that if that's not something that we've done, I'm going to advise the board that we don't do it now.
Alex, the one time that I can remember that, it was a school, I guess it's twice, schools that delayed and then wanted to go to their second year numbers, and we have approved that, but I don't remember ever approving an increase for a school that had not.
That's my recollection also, Cheryl.
I think that there's something to be said about just process and the integrity of the application process. I think I worry about setting precedent where schools, and this is not a commentary on, I think I remember, being very positive on this application and have a lot of confidence in Dr. Bott's leadership. I just think that I worry a lot about setting a precedent where schools can come before us, hey, I can get approved for this much. We also often tell schools you need to dial your numbers down, but then they come back once they get a certain number of apps, and then we're basically, here we are, basically evaluating an application again, evaluating a board again, which I think is time consuming, and it's time consuming for the school. They're spending time thinking about these things. And the reality is, I think we all know, it is hard to judge applications. We don't know out of those 378. Yes, the school can tell us, and I believe them. There's a bunch of siblings mixed in here, and this, that, and the third. We don't know how many of those students are shared across multiple different charters and magnet schools. You don't know how, we don't ask parents to force rank their schools. There's a lot of unknowns, and here we are spending time debating this again. When we debated this application extensively, we approved them. And I think it's different when a school says, hey, we're not going to hit our number. We want to bring this down because that's going to be safe and it's conservative. And I don't ever have a problem with that. I really worry about the precedent and just where we're essentially creating like another application piece, creates, just leaving that door open. I can always come back and ask for more. Yeah.
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave Machado. Would you want us to research that if that has happened in, say, the last 5 to 10 years and get back to you and table this request until next meeting? Because I'm not sure if that's ever been approved before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can make a decision without. If we've done this like 3 or 4 times and it's something that, hey, we're doing, sure, then I feel more confident that this is not going to become a problem. But schools pay attention and boards pay attention to kind of these decisions that we make, and I do believe that they set precedent on how schools feel, how they kind of evaluate different components of the process, and whether or not how tightly we hew to the kind of the application as it's approved. So I just think those things are, and then again, I just want to be disciplined about these amendments, because then, we're basically going back to the state board of education, and we have to, I'm going to have to justify why this school and not all these other schools gets to expand, and have we done due diligence on your applications? And I mean, there's a lot you don't know about every application that you get, and it's hard to really evaluate that, other than I'm not, again, I believe what the Telluride Institute folks are telling us. It's just, it's difficult, and our goal should be for first year schools to crush their first year enrollment. And you know what, guys, you can accept 30 more kids. You're just not going to get paid state dollars for them. So take the students. You can accept them and figure out the budget accordingly with local dollars. That's one option that you have. But I think, I just think every time we come back to the state board with another application that wants to grow, that is an ask. And I think I want to be disciplined about our ask from a strategic standpoint, given the kind of context of charter schools and how fast we're growing and all those things. I'm just kind of weighing all of those components.
Dave, when you research to find out whether we've done this before, if you find schools where we have approved before that were not delays, could you please also check and see what was their first year enrollment? Did they meet that new enrollment that they requested?
Yes, we can do that.
Mr. Quigley, if I could also offer, if it would help, if the board were to decide to approve this or recommend it for the state board, as I understand it, it's at least a couple month process before the state board would be able to make a decision on us. In that time, we would certainly have more information available as to how many applications converted to enrollments, what the then current waitlist number is. I think that sort of information would help.
I mean, I understand that. And I suspect that the data will indicate that you'll have even more applications. But again, it's work for the Office of Charter Schools. It's work for you. It's another ask to the State Board of Ed. And I think we absolutely cannot make a decision, or I would urge the board not to make a decision about this until we know how we have voted on similar circumstances in previous years. And this is not necessarily, I think that it's important that we don't make decisions in a vacuum about schools. And so I think you'll have more applications next month. I think there is a legitimate issue of, this is what we approved you on. We told you at the time of application that, okay, as you said, like maybe you should have grown it. And again, you can take the students. Nobody's going to stop you from taking the students. And if you do, that should this be an amendment that you seek in the future. If it's not approved, then you would have even more justification for it. So I think that it's not, again, a decision that can, in my opinion, can be made in a vacuum as it pertains to Telluride.
Chair Quigley, may I make a motion that we table this discussion until we have further information?
Terry Stoops, a second.
All right, properly moved and second. Any discussion?
I think there's a bit of a distinction between asking for more seats at the accepted grade level and they're not requesting to add additional grade levels. But I know the research will bear out what we've done in the past. I understand what you're saying about precedent, but they're not asking for adding grade levels to their structure, and they do have 147 additional applications for the grade levels that they are offering. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote, Ashley.
Okay. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Rita Hare, Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Von Cannon,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, we will table it, and Dr. Bott, I will get in touch with you about what information we find out after we do research.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all for your consideration.
Okay, we have one more amendment request today. This is United Community School. So as you know, charter schools can normally add an additional grade level each year. There's a couple of requirements for that. One of those is that they've been operating 3 years. The other is that they're in general compliance. And then the third is that they are not low performing. If they do not qualify for those 3 requirements, they have to seek approval from the state board. And that is the case for United Community School. The school operates in Mecklenburg. They serve K-8, and they are requesting to expand into high school. The reason they cannot do this automatically is because they have previously been on the continually low performing list. And the continually low performing list, as you know, is a 3-year process. So although their latest data that we have from 2018 showed that they had made great improvement, the previous 2 years kept them on that low performing list. And because we have no other data, state data, we have not been able to remove that school. So they have provided a large amount of information. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to look through it. They have presented a great deal of information about their internal data for academic improvement. They've included information regarding their their proposed high school program, and they've included a budget. I've asked the principal, Erica Hedgepeth, to join us today so she can answer your questions, as I'm sure you will have questions. They are proposing to add 1 grade level per year. As you can see, it's a very small school. They currently have about 242 students, and they are seeking to add 19 students next year for that 9th grade. So it's a smaller scale than we might see in other K through 12 schools. Erica, are you on the line?
I am. Hi,
Okay.
Ms. Becerra.
Hi, Erica. So she is on the line, the principal, and available to answer questions.
Ashley, I have a question for you. I can't
Yes.
find my list right now. Weren't they on the list for renewal that just went to state board?
I don't believe so. That was, oh gosh, we have so many United and Unity classicals. Erica, I believe, didn't you guys get renewed last year?
We were renewed in 2019, and we are up for renewal 2022.
Okay,
So we're about to start the process again.
okay.
They're coming up now. Sorry, this is Shonda Cooper. They're coming up now for their renewal interview process or their visit, and then you'll see them in October on the list.
This is Cheryl. I don't have concerns about the 3rd year thing. My concern is the high school program. This is going to be at 50% or more online with NCBPS. They will have an ELA teacher. They will have a math teacher on site. I have concerns about a high school program that's that small and that is pretty much 50% virtual.
So, Dr. Turner, I can speak to that. We are partnering this year for the first year with the North Carolina Virtual Public School, and it has been successful. We're just using it for our 8th grade students to take high school courses. And so we've seen some success there. And so we would like to renew that partnership for next year, just for the 9th grade classes. So even though we have the science and social studies courses that we will be implementing from the VPS system, we have teachers who are in person, in place, as well as teacher assistants to make sure that we can have the hands-on part and it won't feel like a virtual kid sitting at the computers for the whole day, just like we have now that we're doing the hybrid learning. So even though we're implementing the VPS, I believe it's called the Partnership Course Program, we have teachers in-house to be face-to-face with students. We have an advisory program that will take place in person. And we're also, in our budget, we have a high school coordinator that we'll be adding next year to be just one more person in-house so that it won't feel like they are on their own and completely independent.
Erica, this is Ms. Reeves. I'd like to ask a couple questions, if I may.
Okay.
Of those 19 students that you anticipate for ninth grade, how many of them will pursue the occupational course of study?
So right now, we haven't determined, because we don't have an OCS program right now. So we haven't determined who would be eligible, but we do have students who are in our EC program that we know would be eligible. We would have to have meetings with those parents to determine if they would choose that path.
Do you have any rough guess? I mean, surely you know how many of those it would benefit to take the OCS program or pathway.
Right. Well, it would only be ninth grade. Currently, we have 3 who are in that 8th grade class who would qualify.
Okay, so, you know, typically, the reason I ask is because when, and I know because my school has a fairly small high school, and it becomes very difficult to manage programs when you're running. For example, we run all 3 high school pathways. We have the extended course content standards, so the ECS certificate students, we have the occupational course of study, and then we have, of course, the future ready core. So staffing becomes very critical at that point because each of those groups require a different set of staff, if you will. For example, like the OCS, when they take their high school courses, even though they are through NCVPS in a co-blended situation, you actually have to have a dedicated teacher that is teaching that material to those students. So that's just concerns for me. Could you give me what your ninth graders' schedule will look like next year?
Yes. So currently, our 8th grade, all of our middle school students actually all K through 8 students begin the day with a morning meeting, and it does look a little bit differently in middle school, but we plan to continue that even with the ninth graders. We found it successful to start the day with a touch-in, and we go over our core virtue character ed program. So we would start the day that way, and then our students would have the PE health requirement, and then our core classes of math and ELA. Then there's a break in between that, and then our other core classes of social studies and science. So they would switch classes essentially, and then have, like they do now, a study hall time. So that's time to catch up and time for teachers to meet with individual students, and then a foreign language special or elective class. And then we also have a program that will lead into our internships that we plan for our high schoolers. So with ninth grade, they would be spending time, we would have special guests from different local community organizations coming in and speaking to students, sharing what the career looks like, basically. And then that would lead into 10th and 11th grade students getting opportunities to go on field trips in the community to just figure out what they want to do and to see what's out there. So it's just really for exposure. So that would be built in to their daily schedule.
So are,
Just real quick, Sherry, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to flag that Superintendent Truitt may be joining just momentarily, so there, and let the school know as well that there's a possibility we're going to just cut into this conversation to allow for the to allow for her to speak. He's not here yet. I just want to give everybody a heads up.
thank you, Alex. So if I can just comment on the schedule that's presented here. One question. You are going to operate on a full year-long schedule. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so still looking at the times, math, ELA are 55 minutes, health and PE 30, social studies and science 30-ish. I just don't know that that meets the seat requirements for high school, the required seated time.
Well, as you can, this is a tentative schedule since we, obviously we don't have high school program yet. We have come across this throughout since 2014 when we opened, with figuring out if the state comes out with new requirements as far as minutes per subject. We've been able to revise those things, and there's room for dipping into another time period. For instance, there's the break and snack time. One thing that we do, because we are an A+ school of the arts, we do encourage our staff to take the students outside and do some natural learning and outdoor learning. So some of those breaks can be during, or some of the snack time, that can be like a working snack. We've had, just different ways that we were able to move around the minutes and to be able to meet those minute requirements. So this is a tentative schedule. We came up with it with just, knowing how this year has gone and how the past years have gone. We basically use that as a guideline, basically.
Yes, to me it looks more like a middle school schedule than a high school schedule. Just my thoughts.
This is Rita.
Does staff have a recommendation?
I had a question concerning the looping that's mentioned in the application. I'm wondering how high school students would loop with their teachers, if she could address that.
So for our looping, the students would loop with their classes. That's part of it. So the teachers might not always loop to the next grade level, but they would have, it really kind of depends. For instance, with middle school, some of our teachers did loop from 5th to 6th to 7th, and then some, loop back down to a grade level that they were more comfortable with. So it just depends on which teachers. We always take in consideration what our teachers' comfort levels are, as well as their licensure areas. So yeah, it's really going to depend on that. We do a lot of, we just have a really strong, tight-knit community. So it's more than, we take into consideration comfort levels, and we speak with our staff regularly. Our admin team, we have open door policies. We do monthly check-ins with our teacher assistants and teachers and find what's going to work best for everyone and what everyone's strengths are. So the class would loop together because there would be one class for each grade level, so that it's, looping has its benefits, and some of those are social, where students, maintain friendships from grade to grade, etc.
Does staff have a recommendation on this?
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave Machado. As someone who started a high school with the first class of 20 students, I know how difficult it is, but at the time, my school was not low performing. I agree with some of the comments that Cheryl Turner has said. If your high school is almost 50-50 NCVPS and then your teachers, is that truly a high school experience? So, Erica seems extremely qualified, is making some great points. I'm just hesitant to start a high school that small to be able to provide the education you need to provide. So,
Michael, if they had not been low performing previously, would they have been able to add the grade without incident?
they could have, if they were not low performing, they could have added 1 grade per year without State Board of Ed approval. Yes.
Well, my recommendation then, as much as I appreciate all the work, and it's clear that they're going to probably do this at some point, I'm inclined to I let this play out, and we would expect. I think there's going to be kind of probably a configuring or calibrating how we're evaluating the performing schools after testing and or lack. We're going to have to solve for those situations. So I think focus on just keeping things going really well, and it sounds like the problem will take care of itself but I think pushing to do this before, I just think I worry about precedent that we're setting. I'm going to stop there because the superintendent is here. Welcome, Superintendent Truitt. Very excited to have you here today, and just want to thank you for your leadership already in such a short period of time, and very excited to have you visit us for a few minutes today at the Charter School Advisory Board. Welcome.
Well, thanks, Alex. I'm really excited to be here with the CSAP because I know firsthand how much time and effort goes into vetting those applications. I remember reading through those applications when I worked for Governor McCrory, and just could not believe how thorough and complete the application process is. And along those lines, I would also thank you all for your recommendations to the State Board. Your policy recommendations are extremely important, and I just think it's amazing. I mean, you all are volunteers, and you're giving of your own time and because of your love for school choice and charter schools, which of course I share with you all. It can be a thankless job sometimes, and so thank you for that. Also, Alex, thank you for your leadership as well. You've really laid the groundwork in a meaningful way that will ensure that this board can do what it needs to do for years to come. So thank you so much for that work.
I appreciate it. It's a team effort.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And I know that you all are going to be instrumental in supporting our charters as we try to come out of this pandemic, evaluate learning loss, figure out ways to move forward. And I look forward to engaging. One thing I want to share with this group is that I don't know if you remember, but there was one of the Democratic contenders in the primary for this role was Dr. Michael Marr from NC State, who was actually the only charter schools supporter running on the Democrat side. And I have actually hired him to be the executive director of our ESSER II funding, which will be all about learning loss recovery. And so I know that he will be really excited to work with our charter schools to make sure that they have what they need moving forward, and that they will have a seat at the table as we look to support all public school units in ESSER II funding and learning loss recovery.
Thank you. We appreciate that. We know that you're very busy. There's a lot going on, And so we don't need to take any more of your time unless I want to open it up to the board if they have any questions for the superintendent.
This is Cheryl. No questions. Just thank you so much, and we're glad to see you and wish you all the best. You came in at a very interesting time in education.
Thanks, Cheryl. And thanks for all of your work too.
Well, I think I'll take the silence as appreciation for your busy schedule and just reiterate that we appreciate your just pragmatic approach to really focusing the state on working collaboratively at the state board, working with us, working with district and charter leaders, and really seeing this as a unified effort to move academic outcomes forward for all kids, regardless of race, background, or what school they attend. And I know I'm grateful for that, and really just look forward to your leadership in the state. And I believe you're the right person for the moment that we are faced with. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks again to everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, great. So we're going to jump right back in with Union Community. So at the time that the superintendent joined, we were, I was sharing just, I share Dave's concerns. I share Cheryl's concerns. I also just, from a process standpoint, I think we just want to be thoughtful about this, and there is a mechanism where schools are allowed to add grades if they are not low performing. I think that I recognize that the pandemic created a situation that is unique, and that there are some data that supports that the school is going in the right direction. I also anticipate similar, questions and some, again, as we think about being disciplined about what we're bringing to the state board. I think that is something that I want to just continue to reiterate is in the charter school movement's best interest, is to be really thoughtful and make sure those recommendations we bring before the board are airtight and desperately needed. Because I do think there will be some questions about, regardless of the pandemic, that we have a school that's still in low performing status, with a model that yes, we want innovation, we also want what works. So I think, and there's some people that have a lot of high school experience really questioning whether this is a viable move. I feel a lot better about viability if the school's not was not low performing. So that's
I do understand your concern, Mr. Quigley, and I just would like a chance to speak to the statements about our low performing status. So in 2018-19, we did exceed growth. We actually were recognized in the top 10% of the state of North Carolina for our growth, and we moved our school letter grade up to a C. And then I shared data in our application to show that had we been allowed to or asked for our internal data, we would have been able to most likely show that same growth or similar, and also just meet student proficiency to be at an overall performance grade of a C. So I put in the graphs what 2019-2020 numbers would have looked like. We used our NC check-in data for reading and math because the NC check-ins are very similar to the EOGs, so we use that as an indicator of what we most likely would have scored, if not higher. So I did include that just because I know that everyone in the state didn't have an opportunity to get a school grade. And that's not anyone's fault But I thought it would be, if we were asked for this data, this would have been able to get us out of that low performing status.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like, I mean, and congrats to you for that. You know, you've clearly hit the mark and excellent results. I think it's just, and I'm not taking anything away from that, and I believe you. I think the data would be there. I think I have, my thinking is just being, there are going to be questions, and I'm not afraid of questions. I also just think that for a variety of reasons, this is a factor in the decision making for me.
Alex, this is Sherry. My concerns are not so much with the fact that they were labeled as continually low performing. My concerns are more with the programming itself, just, starting out with 19 students. The schedule looks more like a middle school schedule. Looping, you have to be certified in the subjects in high school. I think before the school decides to move into the high school grades, that they really need to get better educated on what a high school program looks like, so that students do get a bona fide high school experience versus just, continuation of what they've had in K-8. So that's where my thoughts are. I don't know where the other board members' thoughts are. I mean, I can make a motion to that effect, but I'd like to hear from the other board members.
Sherry, this is Rita, and I concur with that assessment. Really don't have anything to add to it. I think there are just too many concerns to move it forward at this stage.
This is Cheryl. I concur as well. I'd be willing to look past the third year thing. My concern is the program and whether or not that's a viable high school program.
This is Terry Stoops. I agree as well, but I don't want the school to lose sight of the aspiration to start a high school. And so I think once they refine their proposal and get another year of data, I strongly support Erica coming back to the board and presenting another proposal for high school grades to us, because I think that my oldest attends a small high school. I think it's absolutely critical for him, and so I support the idea, and I think they can get there. So Erica, I want you to come back to us and give us another try.
I do have a question for the board, because we did put a lot of thought into our high school program, and we do have parents and staff members and even students who really wanted to be able to graduate from our school. We have some 8th graders who really don't want to go to a bigger public high school. They don't care for the bigger athletic programs that we wouldn't offer, even though we do have an athletic program. So what exactly is it that you would want to see? Because we are going to still be a school that offers arts integration and hands-on models, and our middle school does look different from the high school. We don't have internship program in the middle school. They don't do that, but we are a basic school. And so we're always going to strive to implement the basic school model and just give kids opportunities to be well-rounded. And we're always going to have a individual, meet the individual needs of our students and have those small, tight-knit, opportunities for our students to build relationships. So I don't know what part of the high school in a year, even with EOG data, I don't know what to change and refine about our program. We have in the budget this would be viable because we have accounted for every position that we would need. We've added administrators, guidance counselors, additional teachers, and it covers everything that a high school would need. So I just want to know, what exactly would you want us to change and come back next year? I feel like I could see us presenting something very similar to what we have now, and I want to please you all, but I want to stay true to what we are trying to be. We're not trying to be a high school with 4 classes per grade level, a huge graduating class. That's really not that's not who we are. And I know that we can be successful just based on our staff, our admin team. We have the same admin team that we started with, that we opened with. And several of us wrote the charter. So we have the vision for the school, and we're really passionate and just willing to do whatever it takes. We've learned so many lessons in our 7 years. We're going into year 8, and we feel ready for this. So I would like to ask what exactly you want us to change.
Well, Erica, for me, this is Sherry, and I'm at Arapahoe Charter School. We're in Eastern North Carolina. Our high school has about 120 students. Our first 9th grade class had 25 students, and it was very difficult. Of those 25 students, we also had about 7, I believe, who were on the occupational course of study. So in just year 1 for us, I want to say we had maybe 6 or 7 teachers. So with our 120 students now, we run the 3 programs, the occupational course of study. We have students on the extended course standards, and then we have our Future Ready Core. And of those, I also have 20 students who are in the Career and College Promise program that we partner with our local community college. We have 12 or 13 full-time high school teachers. So, for me, the concerns are saying you're going to be able to serve 20 diverse students with just 2 teachers using NCVPS as a support. We also used NCVPS. Our students were not highly successful outside of our OCS program. I think for me, what would make me feel more comfortable is, saying, okay, we've got this group of students, and this is their 4-year course plan. In year 1, they will have English 1, Math 1, Earth and Environmental Science, your specific social studies, which for us is world history in 9th grade, health and PE. Since you're an A+ school, they would have visual arts 1. And then if you want to put the 7th period in there on, career management, where you could have the people come in and talk about your, future jobs, etc. And then year 2, what does year 2 look like? It needs to be well thought out. And even for these parents, students who are going to come to you, what are they going to expect their child to receive from you over the next 4 years in your high school program? So that's where I think it's lacking. But if you look at other high schools, successful high schools in North Carolina, especially in the charter realm, you would be able to find some very good programs, even small programs, that would work for your school.
Okay. We are about to be potentially very over time, so if the board doesn't have another question, I'd like to at least see if we could get a motion and call for a vote.
I do have a question, Alex, not necessarily for Ms. Hedgepeth, but if we were to vote this down now, can't they still flesh out that high school program and still come back this year? Because there's still time. Since this was an amendment, it wasn't, it's not like an application has to be in a group or a renewal or
I
something.
imagine one problem is that this is like probably a 3-month process, because next month is March, and then they'd have, even if it were approved, at 2 months, April, May. I'm sure their high school students would want to know where they're going. But I believe, I don't see why they couldn't.
I feel like my objection is not a high school of 19 kids. Sorry about that. My dog has decided she wants to leave.
So I think, I think that we, keep in mind, high school it can be a lot of challenging, have a lot of challenges. I recently met with all of the 48th graders at Healthy Start, asked them if we had a high school, would they want to stay at Healthy Start? All but one said yes. I have no plans of starting a high school anytime soon because of how complicated it is. And that's really hard because they desperately want to stay at our school. But I think that, there's some very interesting things that are in the model. I think that another year this becomes a much stronger case, and in fact, you might not even need to make it because the low performing piece might be mitigated in some other way, and you could just go ahead and add that 9th grade. But I'm going to ask for a motion. If I could have a motion.
Can I add that we do have the finances to do this, and we have the space. We already have the buildings, the extra classrooms. So that is, if that's part of the concern, I just wanted to add that.
That's great. Okay, so I'm not hearing a motion. I tend to try not to make motions, so I'm going to, again, ask the board, do we have a motion either for moving them forward or not moving them forward?
Alex, my motion would be not to move the high school expansion forward based on the information we have. That's Sherry.
This is Lynn Kroger. I second that.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I want to confirm, this is Rita, clarify that it is true that if Erica pulled together enough information about what she's proposing, she could actually come with another amendment before the fall of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, this is Ashley. She could. It would just it would take at least 3 months for it to be processed, and like Mr. Quigley stated, it could make enrollment difficult, just because it would be kind of late in the game for students to decide.
Exactly, and I do agree with what I've heard, particularly Alex, that students want this terribly, and we want it for them. We like to see that continuity, but students always don't know the whole picture and the broad scope of everything, and we have to make these decisions. So I do support the motion.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Yes, Terry Stoops.
Aye.
Joel Ford. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kroger.
Aye.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay. Erica, I will touch base with you later to talk about possibilities going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Vaquero.
Okay, bye.
Okay, we are behind on time already. I believe Martez is available and has submitted some information, and I believe his head of school is here as well. So I, want to just kind of open it up exclusively for questions, and then we'll kind of step back and look at how we need to adjust the agenda. What questions do we have for cyber today?
Alex, mine's not really a question. This is Sherry. I just wanted to thank Cyber for the very in-depth report they gave us. It looks great with the data. The charts were awesome, and I appreciate it.
Mr. Quigley, this is Mr. Friend. I'd be interested to know from our friends at Cyber what's their timeline for enrollment for next year. I know there's this obviously probably a little untraditional from a traditional public school, but just did they have any insights as to what enrollment's looking like for next year already?
Good afternoon or good morning, members of the advisory board. Mr. Mullins, if you're available, would you address that question, please? Mr. Mullins is the Chief Operating Officer for the North Carolina Cyber Academy. And hello, I'm Martez Hill, the head of the school and superintendent for the North Carolina Cyber Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Charter School Advisory Board members. Mr. Friend, the timeline for looking at intent to return, we're going to start April 1st and run intent to return for 6 weeks, and then have our lottery after the May 14th. And we sent in our information a wait list of 368 students currently. Our enrollment is just over 2,600. And I know our cap is 2,592 at this time. So we know we're going to have a wait list. Since this was sent to the advisory board, our wait list has actually spiked over 400 students. So one of the different things we're going to do with our lottery is we're going to have a lottery by grade level. So we anticipate if it was anything like last year, there would be several thousand students on the wait list when we get ready to do the lottery late May. So we would hope to have enrollment for the fall in place by late May, so that we know staffing needs. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for cyber today? Want to echo the statements about the data. Thank you for the breakdown, and also checking data is looking solid. We'd look forward to cyber having a good showing if and when there is testing, and it's certainly an opportunity for you all to show well. So.
Alex, this is Sherry. I have one quick question for Mr. Hill or Mr. Mullins. I see that your participation was very high, your testing participation. Did you have to do anything differently under the pandemics, due to the pandemic, than you would have in any given year?
That's a great question. So I charge the executive leadership team, which is comprised of myself, Mr. Mullins, our 3 principals, to ensure that we've reached out to the parents and the kids through our counselors and social workers to incentivize them and inform them of what we were trying to do in terms of making sure we had data for academic diagnostic purposes, we were able to look back at the prior years, and frankly, we didn't have a systematic approach to informing our parents and kids why we wanted them to take the assessments. And so we basically just developed a plan, and each week, maybe 3 or 4 times a week, I would meet with the executive leadership team members and ask them how we were doing in terms of pushing the number of kids who are taking these exams from 50% to 100%. And so again, it was just a leadership focus, and it was just us calling and engaging through every resource we have at the school to ensure that we had data so that we could present our story to you and to other stakeholders.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
I appreciate that. It sounds like that had an impact. Just appreciate your leadership and that of your directors. Seems like you and your senior leadership team have really just have started that phase 1 of the turnaround. It looks like things are going in the right direction. So we appreciate it. And
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave. Do you mind if I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
I understand that you are now using Acadia North Star, which I think I applaud you for that. Do you have any relationship, does your school have any relationship with the company that used to do your financing?
So we ended the overall contract with the company on June 30th, 2020. What we're doing now is we're trying to ensure that that company provides us all necessary information to complete the audit of school year 1920. So that is our relationship. Is basically just cleaning up and ensuring that we have all of the data that the company oversaw during the time we contracted with them.
Thank you, Marquez. Appreciate that.
Yes, that's it. Mm-hmm. And one other point, Dave, we contracted with the organization to help us to procure a credit card, and so we're still working with that company for the credit card services. But again, I'm going to try to move away from the organization for all financial management purposes.
Okay, great. I'm going to close discussion, and thank you, Martez. I don't think that we need anything else, and don't need to vote on this. So I'm going to close the discussion, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I think board members, as we look at the agenda, I think if we probably need to take it would be beneficial for us to take just a brief break. So if we were to start at 11:50, that would take, or 10:50, that would take us to 11:50, go big, and then probably 12 to 1 for Dogwood Classical. And then we could probably go right into the remaining aspects of or have a short break and just kind of go from there. Is everyone okay with that? Certainly, if we make a decision more quickly, we can try to make it time. Any objections?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So
Great.
yeah. So let's take a 10-minute break and start promptly at 10:50 with Go Big.
Mic check, Dr. Rhodes.
Hello.
All right. Attorney Matthews. Sherelle, mic check.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Shante.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Ladidra.
All right, how do I do that? That's what I'm trying to do.
Diamond.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, I can't do that part.
All right, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, good morning. This is Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools. And this is the February 2021 applications process. We have 2 second round interview panels today. And so for the sake of time, I want to try to get us back on schedule. So good morning to the Go Big board. Thank you for your continued patience. Rather than to go through the general overview, I'll just make an abbreviated reminder that you all will be allotted a 1 hour interview today. I'll make a 5-minute intro. You will then be able to do your 10-minute opening statement, which will be followed by 25 minutes for a full Q&A discussion with CSAB. Then Go Big, you will be able to make a 10-minute close, followed by a 10-minute deliberation by CSAB this morning. Also, a reminder that at the conclusion of the interview, the options for CSAB would be to forward your application to the state board for either approval or denial. So good morning again. And what we have before us today is a map of zip code 28214 in Mecklenburg County, which borders with Gaston County to the west. So you'll see about a dozen schools on your map here, and Go Big is slated for opening central to 28214 area code. Next slide, please, Ashley. Okay, so Go Big is slated to, in year 1, open with grades K through 2 with 300 students, expanding to 400 students in year 2 with grades K through 3. In year 3, they will expand to K4 with 500 students, K5 in year 4 with 600, and they would be at capacity in year 4 with the 600 students. Go Big will offer a national lunch program. They will provide transportation to their student body and utilize weighted lottery. At this time, there has not been a facility secured. There has not been an LEA impact submitted. They are not a repeat applicant, and they are not using the assistance of an EMO or CMO. At the time of their application submission, their application was deemed complete. So at this time, I want to go ahead and turn over the floor to Ms. Pemberton, and then you can begin your introductions.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful to be here, and I'm actually going to turn the floor over to our chair, Ms. Howe.
All right. Well, good day, CSAB. The board of Go Big would like to thank each member of CSAB for taking the time to review and make recommendations regarding our charter application. We welcome the feedback from the board regarding the need to not only consider security measures, given the unique needs of our proposed school, but also to ensure that these considerations are reflected in the budget. We have revised the budget to include the security elements that will be needed each year. We were also appreciative of the chance to provide the SBE with an explanation of how our proposed single-sex program fulfills a governmental purpose. CSAB members, let us make this a reality for the scholars of our community today and reserve a place on our planet for the female leaders of tomorrow. We thank you for the opportunity to participate in the second round interviews, and we are eager to answer any questions you may have for us today.
Go Big is a one-of-a-kind educational experience for young female scholars. It is our desire to encourage scholars to dream big and to teach them how to achieve big. At Go Big, our scholars will focus on academic achievement by experiencing high-quality, contextualized, top-rated curricula focused on STEM and having a robust technology and engineering course that all students will participate in daily using Teach Like a Champion instructional model. Entrepreneurship, by working with the scholars daily, beginning in kindergarten through 5th grade, and develop skills in design thinking, creativity, problem solving, communication, and collaboration, culminating with the development of an outline, proposal, and pitch to industry partners of their very own startup company, complete with a prototype. social responsibility by partnering with Junior Achievement and utilizing their programming throughout students' matriculation and character development. By purposefully engaging with students daily, creating meaningful relationships with students during the daily Go Big Bounce program, and incorporating Kagan's cooperative learning strategies in all interactions. We believe wholeheartedly that the scholars that attend Go Big will be equipped with all the skills needed to succeed, energized to be agents of change, and empowered to change the world.
And I would like to thank our secretary, Ms. Sherelle Howard, for that elevator pitch. CSAB, we're ready for you.
Ms. Reeves, are you ready?
Sherry, are you on mute, maybe? There you go.
Oh my gosh, I'm just chatting away here. Thank you, Ms. Howe and Ms. Howard, for your comments. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our fellow CSAB members for questions that you might have for the Go Big board. I know they sent in documentation to answer State Board of Education's questions regarding the constitutionality of a single gender school. Do we have any questions on that document that was sent in?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Rita Hare. They submitted a revised budget as well, and so I received that this morning and I have reviewed it, but not in depth as I would like to, so I need to ask some questions that they could probably answer directly up front. The first one would be why the decreases in child nutrition in the new budget?
So like increases.
This is Lynn Kroger. I also want to find Rita. I think it would be helpful if you guys summarized all the changes from the original budget to the new budget. I think that would be very helpful and why those changes were made.
Yes, thank you so much for those questions. So we're going to forward this question to Shantae Cloud regarding the changes made in the budget specifically.
Okay. Thank you for that, Erin. So one of the changes we made was in the category of food. We plan on doing our breakfast program through school breakfast program, the lunch through National School Lunch Program, dinner through at-risk after-school meals program, are part of the Child and Adult Care Food Program. We also expect to qualify for and participate in community eligibility programs. With the population that we are targeting through our weighted lottery, we expect to qualify for refunds through these programs. Additional resources may also be available through the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and USDA programs such as Special Milk Program and Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. Additionally, we allocated an amount for a nutrition budget that is higher than the typical allotted in traditional schools to support anticipated extra needs. In the utilities category, we spoke with utility reps in the area and they believe that our budget was adequate for the allotment for academics and residential programs, extra housekeeping, we added an additional custodian beginning in year 2. We also added 24/7 monitoring. The budget will reflect security officers beginning in year 2 and digital security systems beginning in year 1. And that would include access control, cybersecurity, emergency responders, radio coverage systems, fire and life safety, intrusion alarms, monitoring, elevated skin temperature systems. And in the housing category, we are currently in negotiations for a building within our budget.
Thank you for that, Shantae.
Ms. Craig and Dr. Hare, does that answer your questions about the budget, or would you like to dive deeper?
Well, I also saw that the facilities lease mortgage decreased also, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. We're going to pass that to Sherelle Howard.
No, I'm sorry. Let's pass that to Ladidra Matthews.
Oh, yes, excuse me so much. Yes, Ladidra Matthews, please.
Ladidra, are you able to respond?
I was responding. I was going to tell in a minute. And I am Ladidra Matthews, and as the resident attorney, I'm usually the one to bring the bad news. I'm just saying this is not bad news. It's actually very exciting. We are engaging currently in ongoing negotiations for a facility that is sufficient to house both the residential and educational programs. The board has only discussed the material terms of the contract during closed session. So we're happy, of course, to talk about the general layout of the building or questions of that sort and maybe the line items that are already in our budget now. But we do want to kind of protect that privileged information while the contract and the transactional negotiations are ongoing. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that or provide the statute that allows us to do so.
Ladidra, I do have questions regarding the facility without divulging its location or anything specific. The facility that you are currently considering, can you say that it has the capability in place already for the classroom side and a residential side?
Absolutely, and I think that it was my job to pass it now to Sherelle to talk about the specifics of the facility. But we are more than confident that it adequately supports the program that we're proposing.
Thank you so much. The facility that we are currently considering has 55,000 square feet of renovated space that is a current school, and it houses all of the technological needs and everything sufficient for a school program. We shared those plans within our response. The footprint of this building is a total of 80,000 square feet, and that allows us an additional 25,000 square feet to add in the residential piece. We are currently working with ACD, and they have assured us that they're able to accommodate these needs. After a brief building code review, there's a 50 square feet gross per student for dormitories, which would bring us to a total at maximum capacity of 17,500 square feet, which is less than what is currently available, which is less than which is currently available, which is right around 25,000 square feet. So we have more than enough space to house our residential program. We will phase that construction to begin in year one so that we might begin boarding in year two.
So with that being said, ladies, what is your expected per pupil income?
I apologize. Could you rephrase the question? I'm not sure if we understood.
Yes. What is your anticipated per pupil income? I can't remember the word that it's called. What will you get paid per student?
Yes, so for state, for being within the LEA 600 for Charlotte-Mecklenburg County Schools, for state funding, we're estimating about $5,390.66. For local funding, $2,728.73. State EC funds, $4,509.25. And then federal EC funds, $1,514.35. And we know that's not always promised.
So non-EC student about $8,000 funding per student. Would that be fair?
Yes, ma'am.
So, can you tell me how $8,000 per student is going to be sufficient to provide a residential program? I know this wouldn't start till year 2, but in year 2, you have K3, 100 students in a residential program. How $8,000 per pupil is going to be sufficient to support all the needs of the budget to run a 24/7 program. Mind you, most schools that get $8,000 per year barely can tuck away 3 to 5% in their fund balance.
Yes, and you're absolutely right that financial health is of utmost importance. And so, in addition to the changes that we made in the budget, we have the privilege of working with ACD. They are very confident in our program. They are also, as a result, very flexible in the model that they have proposed to us, and that model is currently reflected in the budget in the facilities line items, such that what is reflected there aligns with what we have discussed and the program that we have proposed.
I'm sorry, but I just don't see how all the costs are captured in the budget for a residential program.
Are there specific items that you are that you'd like us to take a look at?
Well, let me say this. So as far as it goes for utilities, from what we have spoken with other schools and with companies, is that the utilities are, they will suit for what we are proposing to do for the educational portion, as well as for the boarding component. For the facilities, as we've discussed with American Charter Development, we even have a written letter from them showing their support and, you know, assisting us with maintaining within our budget so that this operation will be successful. As far as it goes for maintenance, custodial services, we have, and even food. There's a lot of programs that are in place that are able to assist with those, with the food items specifically.
Right, so I guess just to clarify, in addition to the utility costs, the nutrition budget, or the higher allocation for nutritional needs, the extra custodial services, the security, the increased security systems, and the facility plan, are there specific budget line items that you'd like us to speak to with regard to the residential program and the extra costs?
Yeah, this is Lynn Kroger, and I just, I understand you said you got your utility costs from looking at other schools, but if you have an 80,000 square foot facility and your utility costs are only about 30,000, I mean, that's less than 50 cents per square foot in utilities. That does seem really low to me. And when you talk about staffing, you would need staff there to serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner, correct? So I'm not sure I understand how you have enough staff to provide meals from morning till dinner time. Also, I didn't know if you had showers and laundry facilities, and and again, all that takes a lot of extra utilities. And then also, you have a health center on campus, since you will have students there 24/7.
Yes, no, we definitely appreciate that specificity, and all of those things absolutely will contribute to utility costs. And looking at the surplus, especially year 2 and onward, we were very intentional about ensuring that we had a sufficient surplus that could additionally contribute to any areas that you had feedback regarding. And so in year 2, we have a surplus there of 140,000, and similar and increasing for year 4, and about the same in year 5. And so we're definitely willing to take those into consideration and add to the utility line as needed.
Yes.
We're also relying on dorm parents, as we proposed in our charter application, to assist with and participate in dinner with the scholars. And so that would be where the additional sort of staff support would come from regarding the extra meal time that we would have.
And from the operation side of things, with staff assisting with dinner time, they will also be ServSafe certified.
So you're saying that
Go ahead, Alex.
you're saying the dorm parents are some of those teachers that are listed in the personnel budget?
Yes.
And so so in the facility, you've accommodated, like, they have like a full apartment that they're living in?
Yes.
Okay. So I just think that, if this was so feasible, you just would not have schools struggling to make ends meet with a regular school day on a per pupil allotment. I don't know, I'm looking at some numbers. You said you're going to have 300 students in the first year?
Yes.
Okay, so 300 students, $162,000 in food divided by 300 students is $540. So that's the amount of money that you're saying for the whole year for a student, which ends up being, if you divide that by 180 days, that you're feeding them breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it's $3 a day. How does that work? That doesn't even work for lunch.
Yes, and so what we've done is intentionally created a large line item for nutritional costs, anticipating that because our target area has a population of economically disadvantaged students that averages about 42%, we anticipate that we will be eligible to participate in the CEP program, as well as receive the reimbursements from the child nutrition program, school breakfast program, as well as the lunch program. And so,
okay, so that means you're going to serve dinner for $3 a day. Even then, even if you were talking about the school nutrition program, people lose money on that. So that's not a wash. And you also have on campus for so much longer than a typical school. I just like that alone is divorced from reality. And as is to Lynn's point, the utilities, the salaries.
It's not charging.
There's a lot of things in here that are just financially, like, I don't believe that this is feasible in its current context. I don't think. I think that you're exceptional. You're the person who's the leader. Your story is exceptional. I just don't. This is not something that is going to be viable, in my opinion, and for the charter school to do. It's why grandfather closed. The only other residential school that has like a whole other organization that that basically manages the residential side, and even then it's questionable in terms of efficacy. I think it's a really noble thing and admirable that you want to do. I don't think that a charter school is the vehicle for this to be realized.
Well, thank you so much for that. We definitely appreciate your feedback. I would actually like for Ms. Diamond and Crystal to answer this, as well as Dr. Rhodes, all three of which have served not just as scholars for boarding schools, but also working and operating as leads in those schools.
Yes, and I appreciate that. So I'll start and say that we have been really fortunate to have spoken with charter schools that actually have this model, a charter school organization. So I think we mentioned them last time, the seed schools. I think Alex, did you say something about the grandfather school?
Yes, Grandfather Academy was a residential school that closed.
Okay, so we're referencing the seed schools, and so the seed schools are charter schools. They're residential schools, but they start with middle school, and they're charter schools, and they have schools right now in Maryland, in DC, in Florida, and they're looking to continue to expand, and they're really excited about having an elementary that could potentially feed into their middle school model, because they're not looking to do elementary as yet. And so we've spoken with them, and we understand that it is feasible and it is being done. Ours would be the first to begin at the elementary level, but they were able to and have been able to run this program successfully. They started, I believe, in right when they were allowed to. So they've been in effect for about, I want to say 15 to 20 years, and have been able to grow their network deliberately. So it is possible. They're very active fundraisers. They have a lot of people that also are invested in their vision, and as you've seen from our signatures of support, we also have a lot of people that would love to see this type of opportunity come to Charlotte for our girls here in Charlotte.
And I would also like to note that Charter Success Partners, CSP, they have helped us prepare our budget. Of course, knowing that boarding would be a component. Lastly, we were told the last interview that our budget, we were told that our nutrition budget was actually quite large. So I guess I need a little bit of clarity as well before I pass this on to the next board member.
My question for the board is, you're speaking of seed schools and other residential programs. Did you look at their entire school budget, and how does their funding compare to funding that you would receive in North Carolina? And does Charter Success Partners actually have a residential program? And to the lunch budget, or the nutrition question that you just asked, as Mr. Quigley was trying to explain, even though the budget looks quite large, we're talking about feeding students breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So when you break it down by the number of days per meal, then it becomes, as he said, only about $3 per meal, or $3 per child per day, which I believe the federal reimbursement rate is more than that for just lunch. So I think that's where we're coming from. Whose residential budget did you look at that is comparative to what you would receive in North Carolina? What does Charter Success Partners, what do they have, what schools do they have that they have supported in a residential program so that they can advise you guys?
I think those are great questions. Do you mind if I?
No, go ahead.
So to speak in terms of the comparative budget, so when seed schools first began, they began in a manner similar to the way in which we are beginning. And so the cost, the allotment per pupil is different because the state allotment is different. However, they're also incurring more costs because building is more expensive in the areas in New England. But their Florida budget would, I guess, more closely reflect at the start what we have here. And then again with active fundraising, for example, just a few days ago we submitted the application for the New School Venture Fund, which would provide us with an extra approximately $250,000 in the first year and continued support for the first 3 years because they believe in the innovation of our program, so they encouraged us to apply. And so there are additional funding revenue, especially grants that we would apply for which we would qualify because of the innovation that we're presenting and the belief that these organizations have in the value of the novelty of our program. And I'll pass this.
So I would also like to say that there are multiple zip codes adjacent to what's known as the poorest zip codes in Charlotte. The poorest zip code being 28208. There are schools that are eligible for community eligibility provision, CEP, if 40% of the students are directly certified after year one. So we have taken those into consideration. 28217, 28278, 202, 206, 216, 214, 233.
We understand the CEP.
Yes.
Like, I mean, I think it's likely that you could have 100% federal funds for your students. That it just doesn't mitigate the challenges. When you lose money on that program, you also, you know, you don't. I would argue you need a lot more money in food to cover the cost of after-school snacks and dinner, which, you know, the school lunch program. I mean, it's essentially providing like a. I mean, it's just not, you don't get a lot for what that federal program provides. People lose money on it. And I don't think that's the only issue. I just think, you know, the only way that this would work is if there was like a significant grant of multi-million dollars funding over a couple of years or a few years that would get this started. That would, and the reality is, even then, I would say, as I've said, that other schools have come and said, we're going to raise money. And that, you know, in no way can we get into the habit of, we can't evaluate applications with any consideration that you'll be able to raise any money at all. And that's something that we've consistently said to other applicants, because it's just not grounded in it's just not, it's not, we just can't count on that. There's so many variables there. I think you probably would be able to raise money, but the applications need to be viable on state and local funds only. And I don't see how this is possible.
And you know what, Mr. Quigley, that, you know, we absolutely respect that and understand that. You know, at this point in time, I would love to pass this on to Sherelle at this point in time, and perhaps she could advance us a little bit further in this topic.
Thank you so much. One of the things that we have done as we have prepared this budget is we have researched each line item to ensure that each line item we supplied will fulfill the information we put forth in our application. We have been diligent in working to do our due diligence through research, through contacting agencies that would provide these services for us, and making sure to align ourselves with the appropriate partnerships to ensure that we can achieve these goals. And while some of the numbers may seem low, these are a reflection of the actual quotes and things that we have gotten from each of the parties involved. We didn't necessarily like make up the numbers, if you will, but we made sure to do the due diligence and the research behind each of the line items. And so, and with the building, it provides us a very unique opportunity to have an existing school that we would take over. So a lot of the extra costs that would go into making a building, a school building, technologically advanced, STEM focused, STEM centered, the state of the art security systems. The building value is a lot more than what we are being asked to provide for it. So a lot of the extra costs that we would normally incur in selling for technology and furniture and things like that, we would not have due to being able, due to having being in negotiations for this particular facility. So there's a lot of costs that we are mitigating.
Sherelle, this is Rita here. I just, I'm listening to, this is Rita here, I'm listening to your defense of the budget, addressing the budget, and I just pulled up a typical day school for charter that has fewer students than you have in year 4 when you're fully enrolled. And just by way of example, they allotted $67,000 for electrical, whereas this school has 30. For water and sewer, they allowed about 20,000, and you have about 17, and you have your girls there 24 hours a day with showers and flushes and all those things, and it's way under budget. And simply for trash removal, just this standard average budget has 32,000, and you have 1,755. I think those are just small examples of the ways we don't see the budget working. And in fact, when you apply corrections, the thing that I have concerns about is that we're pulling dollars away from the educational component, the resources and the staff to teach the children to pay for trash removal and water and sewer 24 hours. And what I'm hearing from my other board members, I think we agree that we want as much of the education dollars as possible to focus on the classroom and instruction. And this would be a great diversion and doesn't feel financially feasible in its current form.
Okay, CSAP members, we've hit our 25 minutes. Is there a burning question that anyone might have before we allow this board to give their final speech?
This is Mr. Friend. I do have a quick question, and I apologize if you already addressed this, but the dorm parents, are these 100% volunteers, and what are their responsibilities?
Sure, if that's okay, I'll take that. Yes, so the dorm parents, as I mentioned last time, it's a role that was very dear to my heart when I served as a dorm parent at Westover, and they're also teachers. So I was a teacher and I lived on campus. So they would live on campus. They would be there sort of in the evening hours to supervise study hall. They would be there to serve as that parental figure for the scholars during the evening, assist with check-in and dinner times, and ensuring that the students were prepped for bed, facilitating phone calls, and it was really a fun time for me. I was able to bond with the students in a way that was very, very much enjoyable, and regarding which I have fond memories. And so in exchange, I was able to live on campus paying a lot less than I would have had I had to find my own sort of housing outside of the school. And so it was a great exchange, if you will, for me. So that's what we'd be offering to our staff as well.
Thank you.
And Ms. Pemberton, you were a high school student at the time. Was that a high school experience?
I was a dorm parent as a faculty member, and then I attended in high school also. Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I would also like to say, if I may, working with CSP, so we were a bit, I think that there is flexibility there as well in terms of their contract price. and so that we could negotiate the services that we would need from them, specifically without having to take money away from our instructional budget, which is something that we would not want to do. We want to make sure we're providing the absolute best program as outlined for our scholars. And so I think that that area would be something we would be willing to negotiate.
And I would also like to add on to that as well. As we all know, and me being an investor myself, we like to see that things are approved first before we say, you know what, I'm going to put all of my money into this. And so with us being in a position yet not approved, sometimes you only have one time to seal the deal. And so we have some big heavy hitters that are on the table for us. And so at this point in time, we're waiting to seal the deal before we can truly bring in some of these dollars.
Ms. Howe, would you like to give the board a statement?
Yes, I would of course love to pass this on to Madam Vice Chair, who touches all of our heartstrings.
Well, CSAB members, I want to thank you again for giving us this tremendous feedback and making us think critically about the program that we are going to offer for our girls. And it seems only fitting that the words of Amanda Gorman, the nation's first youth poet laureate, a remarkable woman who graced the stage at the inaugural ceremony where we beheld our nation's first female vice president, be summoned here today in support of launching what will be the nation's first public charter elementary boarding school for girls. As Ms. Gorman spoke in that watershed moment, being American is more than a pride we inherit. It is the past we step into and how we repair it. In this historic moment here among us, there is a pride that we all share. It is a pride in the present possibility of a repaired future in which all girls have equitable access to high quality opportunities in STEM. For too long, research has shown that our women, particularly our Black and brown girls, have been implicitly and explicitly told that they do not fit the mold as STEM intellectuals. They have faced the baleful manifestations of ability bias, gender-based prejudices, and gender-brilliant stereotypes. And though incredible women have managed to forge a trail through this bitter and hostile territory, their work has not come without great cost. Many women have been excised from the larger STEM narrative and remain as hidden figures. At Go Big, however, our girls will sow new seeds of purpose on the fallow grounds that their predecessors tread. They will rise high in honor of the women that have gone before them, but whose names have not yet been said. There is a burgeoning triumph with our scholars' names attached to it, and Go Big will empower them to claim it. Now, we understand that there is much work to do, but we are poised and prepped to accomplish it. And the arc of our vision for Go Big may be long, but it bends unrelentingly toward greatness. We do not know exactly what the future may hold, but in these three things, we remain fully confident. Our girls will shine bright. Our girls will repair the world. Our girls will go big. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Pemberton and the other board members. At this time, I would like to open the floor to the CSAB board members for discussion of this application.
Madam Chair, this is Heather Bunchanan. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First thing is that I support the school. I think that the board is incredibly strong. I also think that we're asking them to, well, first of all, my understanding is that the residential program will start in the second year, not in the first year. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that.
That is correct.
Okay. So given that, I think one of the other board members stated that it would be difficult to ask CEOs and other corporations to get behind something that has not been approved by the state first. And since we are often looking for innovative programs, I think you can't get much more innovative than this. And I think that Charlotte is the right place for something like this to start and grow some roots. But I just think it's a hard ask for folks to pony up $500,000, $1 million to pledge even when there hasn't been an approval. So even if the board were to say, well, you have to come back next year, you're still asking them to do the same thing. Let's have these folks pledge, hundreds of thousands of dollars to something that we don't know is going to be approved. So anyway, I understand the concerns with the budget. I do think that the budget is not reflective of what the actual will be when the residential program has to start. But I just don't know how you can get there with the fundraising until you have an approval and someone to say, okay, we're gonna jump in. But I do understand that these are very large grants that we provide with an approval or with recommending an approval to the state board. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather.
I just want to thanks, Heather. I think when I was saying that, I'm thinking about there was the Kennedy School in Charlotte. There was another organization that I'm trying to remember a few years back where you basically have a foundation or an individual very high net worth individual funder who's basically, and I think this might be how Thomas Academy works. We basically have an organization that's pre-existing that's saying, we're going to kind of add this. I think we may have had an application from a situation where we had a foundation that was actually already doing residential school, and then they wanted to add the charter component to it. So I think that's more what I'm envisioning. I understand that, it's New Schools Venture Fund, it's difficult for them they're not going to back an application necessarily. But I think that we have seen schools that have, I believe Kennedy was partnered with, I want to say Elon Homes, which was a whole nother organization that ensured the funding was there for all of the things associated with the residential school. So that was kind of like a second entity that, from a financial standpoint had no impact on the charter budget. I believe in innovation. I think that it's really important. I think this is really innovative. I'm not going to support the app. I don't feel that it's right, the type of innovation that in this current context that is ready to go before the State Board of Education. There's far too many questions, and I'm not even sure if a charter school is the key lever. I think potentially open the school as a private school, use the private school grant funding. I'm slipping my mind now, and then raise the additional money. Start small. That might be another avenue to accomplish this. So that's my position.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Rita.
Great, this is Rita. Couple of items here. I do want to say I believe this board is a group of trailblazers. They have a lot of grit and a lot of passion, and it's a very articulate application. It was really beautifully written with very meaningful ideas, and I believe they won't be deterred. I believe we will see them whether this goes through or not. But I do want to say that, and I've read this thoroughly and I've studied the application, I feel like cover to cover, and have been living with it for a while. But the data that you provide multiple times refers to graduates of girls' schools versus the co-ed schools. And the school that you're proposing is not, a high school that graduates girls. So it really didn't apply, as well as this is a residential school you're proposing, and the data did not support a residential school. I haven't seen data to support residential. So I just felt throughout that the data you provided is definitely strong in support of graduates of girls' schools to be strong in STEM and entrepreneurialism and those values that you hold, but that's not what we're proposing here. But in addition to that, and you do put it out there that you're the first STEM-based public charter all-girls boarding in the U.S., but then in the EOG, in your goals for EOGs, all of your scoring is compared to similar residential programs with similar demographics, which you just said there are none. So it left all of that open as no comparative testing data. And I could go into other items if we really wanted to explore your application, such as the professional development, which is exhaustive and also difficult to see being feasible. In addition to the fact that there are a number of teams in the application, there are teams addressing all these various challenges with the girls. But when you look at the budget, some of the positions aren't funded, or they aren't funded until a few years into the program. And it began to feel like the teams were the same few school leaders that were doing everything. So also, my final thought on this is that if a charter school were to support something like this, I believe it would really have to come from DPI and the Office of Charter Schools, that it became part of our charter evaluation rubric with a separate budget, and it would just be much larger than just slipping residential into an application and let the charter board there tell us what the standards are. I think we would need to set the standards, and then a board could comply with that and show us how they're meeting the standards for a residential program. But all of that being said, with the great academics that's here and the ideas for innovative instruction, I think they would be very wise to pursue something as a day school in that area with a lot of the same pieces in place. So my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hare. Others?
Yeah, this is Lynn Kroger. I concur with Dr. Hare. I think the concept is great. I love the idea. I just don't think it's feasible on the budget that's proposed. And I do understand about the foundation, the backers, but if something like this would happen, I think you just need to have a foundation that would back you when you apply in order to make it feasible. I think the idea is definitely innovative, and and like Dr. Hare said, pursuing a day school is an excellent option.
This is Mr. Flynn. I guess I have an internal question, which is, if the school were to be approved as a residential school, and so I am going hypothetically here, but hypothetically, then a year from now, if this school came back and said, hey, we're doing well, enrollment's strong, academics data looks good, but we no longer want to be a residential school, or we want to push out the residential component to a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later. I mean, are we approving the school that it has to be, like, if they don't ever do the residential part, then they need to shut down?
Bruce, I believe based on the application, we have to approve it as written. So yes, I think that would mean that in year 2, they have a residential program. Alex, could you chime in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole vision, the vision and the passion is around a residential program, and that is the lever of innovation, and it's exciting and clearly a super dynamic board and innovative idea. I just at this point, I don't. It's not ready to. The level, I think the level of that this would need to be at, and every detail managed down to an incredible amount. For this to go through, I just, and either here or the state board, I think it's not where it would be, should be right now. But more importantly, yeah, I think that their whole vision is around the residential program. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that because I think I'm torn on this vote because I think if the residential piece weren't there, I might be leaning a different way. But because the residential piece is there, and there's some serious, I think, gaps in the projected budget related to that, I just threw out that hypothetical because what if they came back to us in a year and said, by golly, you were right, we were really off the mark on the budget as it relates to running a residential campus. We'll just stick with the day school component. It doesn't sound like that really would be the option because we're voting on this to be a residential.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to vote on the application of residential school. And I think we shouldn't also get into the space of looking at applications and suggesting something else for the school to do. I mean, I think it's either, I mean, honestly, there's been a lot of reworking of the budget, and I think we've talked about, we're going to touch on the application process. I think I feel like somehow this year we got a little bit, just a little bit more liberal with the kind of budget revisions that have been permitted, where we're talking about a budget that we got this morning. That is not consistent with how we've done this in the past, and this has happened kind of inadvertently and has nothing to do with the school. It's with our internal processes, and I think that's something we absolutely need to tighten up for next year.
I agree, Alex. I honestly, I haven't dove deeply into this budget because I didn't have it in time. With that being said, are there any further comments? If not, I'd like to make a few before I entertain a motion. I know we're running short on our time. A lot of our discussion has centered around the residential piece and the budget naturally flowing from that. But there were other questions within the application by external evaluators and board members that we didn't even touch on. You know, for example, wraparound services, the EC and the EL teacher, which weren't included in the budget, even though we're projecting 10 to 15% of students in those populations. Evidence, data. We have data that supports boarding schools for middle to high school women, but not for elementary students. How do these programs promote students, young ladies going further into the science and technology and mathematics fields? The school says it's going to be a year-long school, has an extended day and evening study hall, but we don't have pieces in place. It's, you know, volunteers, etc., to cover. Again, I just don't think we have the personnel that's robust enough to cover all the needs that would need to, that would be created by having students at school all day. The other thing is the K2 schedule. It's like 9 hours. I don't know any kindergartner that can go to school for 9 hours. And a piece that we didn't look at, but when we open up this residential school, it's open to all North Carolina female residents. So, you know, what's the possibility that you'll be able to serve a severely disabled or handicapped student? And how will this be compensated with the boarding and other issues that might come about? And the questions go on. There was bylaw questions, missing resumes, questionnaires, transportation questions, etc. So even though we kind of focused on the budget and the residential piece, I feel like there were other questions in the application itself that merited further fleshing out. So that's my 2 cents. But I will turn to my fellow board members for a motion on this application at this time.
Madam Chair, this is Rita Hare. I move that we do not move forward at this time with the Go Big charter proposal.
This is Lynn Kroger. I second that.
Can we have a motion that has been properly seconded to not move the Go Big application forward to state board for ready to open process. Any further discussion?
So question,
Go ahead, Joel.
so if the motion carries, and what is the next step for this organization? They would have to reapply?
Yes, sir.
And what is that time frame?
The new application will open up in a few months, I believe. We'll talk about that this afternoon. It would delay if they were approved on the next application cycle, it would delay the opening another year.
I understand, but I'm looking at the current motion and then the next step for this organization to try and figure out the open-ended questions that were not satisfied by this board, and then how to empower them with information to be able to do that on the next round if that's what they chose to do. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
To clarify Mr. Ford's question, we're proposing that the next year's application would open up on the last Friday of May and finish and close on the last Friday in July.
Thank you, sir.
And Joel, they have access to their current application and all of the questions and responses from the evaluators in the current system. They have access to that.
Excellent.
Any further discussion? Ashley will take a roll call vote on the motion.
Okay. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon,
No.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you, board. Please reconsider applying again, or consider applying again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys have an excellent day.
Okay, at this time it's 11:50, and I'm gonna ask that we press on without a break so that we can stay on some semblance of time.
Okay. This is Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools. Our final second round applicant for this cycle is Dogwood Classical Academy, slated for open in Cabarrus County. And so what you'll see here are the schools, greater than a dozen schools, and their general zip code for their proposed site. You'll see the three schools in blue are the charter schools. Your green schools are the LEA schools in their 6-mile radius here. Okay, Ashley, next slide, please. So again, Dogwood Classical Academy is slated to open in Cabarrus County in year 1, grades K through 5 with 354 students, expanding to 590 students in year 2 with grades K6. In year 3, K7 with 744 students. At capacity in year 4, Dogwood Classical will be K8 with 848 students. They will provide food service to their student body through a catering service. They will also provide transportation and utilize the weighted lottery. They do not yet have their facility. There has not been an LEA impact submitted. They are not a repeat applicant, nor did they use the assistance of an EMO or CMO, and their application was deemed complete at submission. So at this time, I will turn, if Ms. Reeves, if you're ready, I will go ahead and turn the floor over to the board of Dogwood Classical Academy to allow them to make their 10-minute introduction.
Yes, please. Ms. Shetler, are you ready?
Sorry, I didn't unmute myself. Yes, I am. Again, this is our second interview with the CSAB, so I am going to just do a brief introduction to the board members that are here today. and how we formed our group. We started our board through Hillsdale College, who got us.
Ms. Sadler, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we cannot hear you.
Oh, you cannot? Can you hear me now?
That's a little better.
Okay, let me try. Is this any better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, just speak loudly.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so again, we were brought together in North Carolina, people that were interested in creating a charter school through the Hillsdale organization of the Barney Charter School Initiative. So Mr. Lineberger and Miss Varens were brought together with myself, and from there we built our board from the three of us. The people that are here today with us are Mr. Sessoms and Mr. Lineberger. They have organizational and operational skills in business, including starting successful businesses on their own. We also have Ms. Behrens, who has 30 years of education experience, involvement in lower income urban communities in Chicago and Detroit. We have Miss Jennings, who has 30 years in teaching SWD students with disabilities, and is currently, has had her current state compliance training. She is up to par on all her training. We also have a new member with us, Lisa Matthews. Mrs. Matthews is a community organizer and lives in the Cabarrus County area. She has former case manager. She was a former case manager for Children's Behavioral Health Agency, an experienced volunteer coordinator. She's an experienced volunteer coordinator who resides in Cabarrus County. She has a tremendous network of corporate, community, and philanthropic ties. And with us today also is Mr. Kuykendall. He is the Associate Director of the Barney Charter School Initiative, who we are partnering with in building our school. And I'm going to go ahead and send it to Ms. Barhams for the introduction.
Gina, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. I must have re-hit it. I apologize. Good morning. I'll start with our mission. Dogwood Classical Academy develops students in mind and character through a rigorous classical, content-rich curriculum that emphasizes the principles of virtuous living, academic fundamentals, and civic responsibility. We are a charter school created in the classical model that prioritizes developmentally appropriate learning of both academic and character-forming content and methods. We have curriculum that solidifies the essentials of literacy in the context of history, literature, scientific disciplines, art, and music. Our content-rich curriculum invites students from all backgrounds into experiences of success and joy in learning through its multidimensional content and methods of delivery. Students new to the classical experience will on-ramp through family orientation processes, classroom structure, fluid ability grouping, peer buddies, and spiraling instruction. Our partners, Barney Charter School Initiative, or BCSI, have a 2-decade-plus track record of excellence in diverse communities across the entire United States, in school startup, including all facets of operations and budget, curriculum design, and professional development. Our sister schools in BCSI consistently report full enrollment by year 2, and all with significant wait lists. Our students will graduate as literate thinkers who are alert, respectful, and passionate contributors to their schools, their communities, and ultimately to their adult lives. At Dogwood Classical Academy, we believe that education is the active pursuit of truth across academic disciplines, and children are never too young or too old to begin this exciting journey. Some might ask, what is truth? Or who defines truth? But isn't that the point? Isn't the quest for these answers one of the most exciting challenges and invitations we have as humans and as persons? And isn't it this question, or the neglect thereof, that we find at the basis of every human conflict? We have the up to multi-thousand-year record of history and literature, science, math, music, and art to prepare our students to ask and to answer well. We equip our students with the literacy and cultural literacy necessary to transcend generational, economic, educational, or emotional barriers to academic success. We prepare students to think critically and complexly as they navigate life. We offer the verified advantages of core knowledge, RIGS, and Singapore math curricula. Classically educated student populations typically outscore peers on high-stakes assessments, both at the state and national level. And there are reasons for this. Explicit phonics instruction teaches the relationship between sounds and symbols. This expands students' ability far beyond the relatively short list of sight words students can memorize. In math, students sequentially learn mathematical concepts and learn to think mathematically. An attitude that math is important and approachable is essential. Students perform at a higher level when their potential for understanding and success is assumed by the educators. As you know, core knowledge curriculum provides a wealth of knowledge from which students form coherent perspectives, craft sound arguments, and seek out deeper and broader knowledge. We read whole lives in whole histories. We read Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation along with his Fragments of Slavery, in which he develops what can be called a geometric proof of the wrongness of slavery. And we read the words of Sojourner Truth, whose very name is worthy of inquiry, and not just commentaries prepared for children's texts, eviscerated of complexity. As we said in our written response to the questions, education is not indoctrination. We teach, and we watch students react, respond, and grow. Background knowledge is vital for increased reading ability, for interest in school, improved memory, and for understanding abstractions and meaning. And this in turn opens doors for all students. Concerns have been expressed about the relevance of our curriculum for students of color. Intelligence, the ability to self-regulate, and a life vision that exceeds one's own will and tastes is an extraordinary gift to a child, a family, and a community of any color, of all backgrounds, and of every aspiration. Furthermore, because the structure of classical education, the study of important contributions of color is not relegated just to February. We teach history, literature, science, math, the arts holistically and not selectively. Because a classical curriculum is literature heavy, students experience the experiences of characters of color, who are not just data points, statistics, or plot lines. Our students encounter the hearts and minds of writers and of characters, both like and different from themselves. As we know, enduring education happens at the level of the heart. I know from personal experience that it's only with great effort that children exceed their parents' educational or economic accomplishments. I understand the fear that attends many immigrant families and the assumption that privileges belong to someone else. When one has never navigated a particular education system, one does not know how to access what could seem to others like generally available opportunities. Consequently, we continue to expand our board and our reach within Cabarrus County so as to communicate our opportunity to the many families who might want something different for their children, but not know where to look. At Dogwood, we partner with parents and with their children to help families realize their dreams. We believe that character matters and develops over time through intentional practice. At Dogwood Classical Academy, virtue is a meaningful category, and attributes like respect, responsibility, courage, courtesy, and honesty are essential to human thriving. As we respectfully engage our historic inheritance and seek to form humility in the face of the hazards inherent to our humanity, our students achieve academic excellence and learn how to pursue wisdom and virtue in all things throughout their lives. These are the needs of all of our students as they grow into full participation in our national life. To graduate without these attributes is to be underprepared for adult civic responsibility in a representative government.
Ms. Behrens?
Yes.
Can you wrap it up?
Yes. Okay, I will do that, absolutely, thank you. I will just close with this. The board members of Dogwood Classical Academy have partnered with each other and with others, mutually strengthened to be successful in our commitment to prepare young scholars to lead towards a good, the true, and the beautiful with intelligence and with generosity of heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will turn to the CSAB board members for questions.
Madam Chair, this is Rita Hare. I first would acknowledge that the board provided a strong response for their explanation of core knowledge. I appreciated they shared information about literacy, cultural literacy, and the critical thinking component, and I thought it was a very good response. And I also commend their marketing with their online survey and their discussion group every other Tuesday, and their website. I thought things looked really good, and I see that they're getting responses. In their budget, I have 4 pretty specific questions, and I imagine other board members have budget questions as well, so I could put those out there and see. I'd like to have, first of all, the explanation of the great fluctuations in their professional development funding. I'd like to understand the large computer budget for year 2 as opposed to any other years, 1 or 3, 4, 5. I'd like to know why they reduced their core teachers between years 4 and 5 from 32 down to 28. And I'd like to have them explain their child nutrition budget, and particularly the year 5 decrease.
Okay.
So, Ms. Shetler, would you like to respond to that, or would that be one of the other board members?
I'm going to give some of those questions over to, those were all operational, so I'm going to have Arch address some of those, or Mr. Lineberger address some of those questions.
Okay.
Could we break it down a little bit and give me a review of the questions?
Sure. What's going on with professional development? If you look at that line item and your years, just like to understand why the funding goes up and down the way it does when your staff's growing every year or most years.
Well, quite frankly, we concentrated most highly on year 1. It was very difficult coming from scratch to put all this together. The out years, the revenue is so high that we can afford to shuffle it around, and a lot of the professional development is provided by Hillsdale College for free. So I guess our cost would be to simply get them to Michigan, and then they would get the educational development would be free from that point. Does that adequately answer your question?
On professional development, can I just add a little bit to that, because Barney Charter Schools do provide the on-site PDs also, where they come before the school is up and running in that first year, and they do very concentrated professional development programming for our teachers.
I did see that.
You're saying by association with Hillsdale College and the Barney Schools Initiative, there will be no cost between the 2 entities for PD?
We'll provide some PD that is not included in what Hillsdale offers us, that maybe is centered around the local or state professional development that we have to get to our teachers, but dealing directly with our mission and the culture of our school, that PD and the curriculum PD, that will be done through Barney Charter School.
Yes, this is Woody Sessoms. Just clarification. So we rely very heavily on Hillsdale and the Barney Charter Initiative in years 1 and 2. And then in years 3 and 4, that's when, as Ms. Shelter just spoke to, we start doing more of it ourselves, because we've contained a lot with, we've already absorbed a lot that Barney has to offer, Hillsdale has to offer. And as Mr. Lineberger stated, a lot of this is travel as well in those first 2 years to up north and back to Hillsdale.
Which may look different in the COVID age. So we're not sure if that training will take place in another location or if it will be done through virtual means.
Okay.
About the computer expense in year 2.
Sure. This is Woody Sessoms again. So from a computer budget standpoint, in year 2, what's in that is that's when we really go big, if you will, with our Chromebooks. So that year 2 budget is 192 Chromebooks spread over 8 carts, and then associated licenses fees that we would have with that.
And
Mr. Sessoms, are you saying what's going to be your technology capacity in year 1? Because
So
we're
in year
at
1,
354 students.
Sure. So in year 1, we'll have 1 computer per classroom, and then we'll have a computer lab that would have enough computers to service the largest classroom. So when the students come into the computer lab, and then we also have a server in there and 4 PCs for our admins in year 1. And then in year 2, we greatly accelerate that. A, affordability on our part. We're trying to be very conservative, and B, we want to make sure that the students can get through testing as quickly as possible, as well as use the computer on their assignments. So 400 in year 1, a server, as well as 4 for our admins. And in year 2, we have 192 Chromebooks and associated carts and licenses.
Did you say 400 in year 1?
I'm sorry, 43 computers in year 1, and we priced them out at 400 apiece. They're used computers. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
43 in year 1 at 400 each.
Okay, so in year 1, you will have 3 tested grades on 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So how are you going to meet the end of grade, the read to achieve, etc., with only 43 computers? And
we'll be taking those per class into the computer lab, where each student in the class would have a computer to use.
And how many students are you going to have per grade?
We've got 354 students in total in year 1. Amy or somebody may have the, Ms. Shelder or somebody may have the spread by
For the
grade
tested
level.
grades, it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And we have 2 classrooms each for 4th and 5th grade. And I believe it's 3 classrooms in 3rd grade. So usually there's a 2-week testing window of you being able to get testing completed. So we would have to run a really tight ship. And that doesn't mean that we wouldn't consider, if we received additional funds or were able to raise money, that wouldn't be put towards computers to alleviate some of that testing backlog that would be put on just doing it in 1 classroom.
Yeah,
because you'd also have to consider students who have 504s or IEPs, LEPs, etc. You know, they might have accommodations where they can't test in the group.
They would have to be in separate rooms testing. Those teacher computers may be utilized for that also, although the movable or the computers that could be moved would also be utilized.
Okay, Mr. Sessoms or Mr. Lineberger. Dr. Hare also had a question about the reduction of teachers. I think they go down from, well, year 3 shows that you have 32 teachers, and then year 4 shows only 28.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, we should have 36 teachers, I believe, Mr. Lineberger, in year 4. So we go 16 in the first year, 26 in the second year. I'm sorry, these are classrooms. I'm sorry. 24 in the first year, 35 in the second, 51 in the third, 61 in the fourth, and then I have 66 in the fifth year.
So we're looking at core content teachers and your instructional personnel. And you have 20.
That would be a combination of core content plus things like exceptional students in those numbers, teachers for exceptional students, computer labs, those type things.
So are you saying in year 3, when you have 32, that it should have increased in your years 4 and 5 instead of 28, which would make an adjustment to your budget?
Yeah, year 3, it's actually 51. When I gave you 32, I apologize. That was classrooms. We have 51 teachers in year 3 by my count.
Okay. What do you have?
Let's make sure my numbers are right. I didn't benefit from this Singapore math, so anybody on the board, are those numbers right? 24 in year 1, 35 in 2, 51, 61, 66.
I believe that, are you looking at our spreadsheet, Woody?
I'm looking at a summary that I made.
Yeah.
And I apologize if we put the wrong number down, but I believe those are the correct numbers for teachers.
We're looking at the budget. It shows the core. I'm sorry. When we look at the budget, it shows the core content. In year 3 at 32. Ashley, can you scroll over? And it shows year 4 at 28. And the total is down below, which includes assistance and exceptional and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Well, you'll notice, if I may interrupt, in 3 we have a surplus of $233,000. In year 4, $350,000. So those can be easily accommodated. That was obviously, what we overlooked. We spent so much time on year 1 because the funding is so low that we obviously made some mistakes in the out years.
And that was our philosophy with the budget. We try to do a very conservative budget. You'll see us running surplus. We certainly don't anticipate or intend to run surpluses. We wanted to make sure that the things that we didn't know about or we missed or we underestimated, that we had the ability to take care of those. And obviously, as Mr. Lineberger said, year 1 is the tough year to crack.
We're not adding students each year. We're simply carrying forward the students that we started with and then filling in behind them. So we're not increasing the
grade level size.
The number of classes. We're not trying to grow it. We're trying to grow with our students.
So that may explain the final question on your child nutrition budget, which is under your operations, and in year 5, the large decrease that you planned for, or maybe didn't. If you can look at that, you're funding at about $250,000, and then in year 5, $250,000.
Yeah.
You go down to $128,000 for your nutrition.
That's a good catch. That is not correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't be. Well, what it should be, I can tell you the way we did the budget. Assuming 0 inflation, it would still be at this $250,000 number. Assuming no inflation, we'd obviously probably put 2 to 3% on it for year 5.
And
I believe Mr. Friends has a question for the board.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Sherry. My question goes back to an early part of the application, which is just demand for the school and how you're assessing whether there is a strong demand for the school. As the map shows, there are quite a few other both traditional charter or traditional publics and charters in the area. And I think the first go around, you had about 25 parents express interest. I think now you've documented 100 in the most recent updates, but I guess it's just a question I have is, what are you doing to really get parents aware of this opportunity if it were to come to pass? And how is your marketing going? It's still, even with 100, I'm struggling with as you can probably tell from my line of questioning here, I'm struggling with, is there a compelling interest in the school? To convince me there is, please.
And I'd like to add to Mr. Friend's question. You are looking for a weighted lottery. I believe you're targeting, is it 34%? So how are you going to reach those parents in particular?
Okay, and in our answer to questions 1, I believe those were questions 1 and the additional question 2 that you guys had sent us. In our first answer, that speaks to the need or the desire for this type of school in the area, and what we're doing in our marketing plans. So beginning with the need for it, as you stated, we did 2 community events that were for a couple of hours, and we were able to boost those numbers up over 100. In the way of Facebook, we are currently and have just started working in the past week with the Optimum Foundation. They are a group out of Florida that kind of acts as a CMO, but the founder of Optima has also started Barney Charter Schools in Florida, and we're working with their marketing department on our Facebook, because one of our issues that we've found in digging through this is that because none of us have Facebooks on our board, that the way we're pushing out information through our Facebook page is not multiplying exponentially like Facebook is made to work, because we have set that up on a Facebook account that didn't have a lot of prior traffic on it. So we're right now working with that group to try to figure out how we boost our footprint on Facebook, and we're meshing in with that Instagram. 2 of our board members, Lisa and Gina, are working in those areas with the Facebook account. But we are also looking at using people like charter schools, charter success partners, because they will just pinpoint, they're not a CMO. You can pinpoint certain areas that if you need a boost in, you can get that. So we are still open to looking at outside marketing components that could boost that marketing piece to our program. Along with, right now we are working and currently working with iHeart Media Specialists, who will, once we've been approved, we'll start pushing out PR pieces and getting the information out to the community through PR pieces and the news stories that are pushed out into the community. So those are the pieces that we're trying to put together, and we know that we definitely need work in that area to get the message out to the community. But we believe the interest is really strong in this area for multiple reasons. We believe it's strong because it's growing so fast. The amount of students flooding that area is huge. There's all kinds of new neighborhoods going up in that area, and Cabarrus does only have 3 charter schools currently, one of those being an upper and a lower school, so you could count that as 4, but they're one in the same school. And nobody has the classical model that is available to parents in that community or that area for a tuition-free base. So,
Amy, if I could just add, Amy and Lisa have done a marvelous job. We have been working on trying to sell a school for a long time. We started off with emails and flyers, and we've got yard signs up at, shopping centers and so forth. And we garnered about, 30 people. In 2 days, 4 hours each, with 2 people at one mall, they got 40 new interest each time. So with 4 hours, they got 40 people interested. Because of COVID, we haven't been able to do face-to-face meetings. Now that they're starting to open up, I think that kind of interest, the face-to-face interest, is the one that's going to help us the most. And that's just coming online with good results.
And Amy, I'll jump in with a couple comments too. The majority of the families with whom we've communicated have indicated an interest in curriculum. So even though we are charter and there are other charters, it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison. And additionally, the pre-existing charters in this region, none of them have an A or B rating. And if I remember correctly, at least 2 of them had a D, like dog, rating. So there's definitely open space there.
So I have a question about curriculum since you mentioned it. How do you, it sounds like you're going to kind of align, the curriculum you submitted is the Hillsdale College curriculum in the classical model. So just looking at the text selections, how are you going to mitigate the fact that you have, the school's proposing to be, almost half minority student, Black and brown children, and the curriculum itself is fairly devoid of texts that are reflective of that student population. There's Frederick Douglass, there's Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry, although that's not, I don't know if that's a core text. How do you approach that? How does Hillsdale approach that? What's your thinking there?
I'm going to ask if Eric can address how Hillsdale approaches that. The schools that Hillsdale has currently up and running are very select and diverse. They're in a lot of different socioeconomic communities. So the schools all look very different. Eric?
Sure. Yeah. So I would say, I don't think that we would shy away from that question at all. There's, I have the text in front of me. It would take me a minute to kind of sort through it and identify where all of the, to use Alex's term, the Black and brown authors are in here. But I think we think that that's a pretty substantial part of our inheritance in the Western tradition, particularly in the American tradition. So I think there's a lot of racial topics and a lot of minority history that students are going to get in this curriculum that they might not get in a lot of mainstream education. And so, we're going to talk up to students about slavery beginning in first grade. They're going to hear a lot about American history, a lot about some of those difficult topics. They're going to learn about the Harlem Renaissance. They're going to learn about the Civil Rights Movement, and that's in multiple places. We talk about the Civil Rights Movement in, I think, in 3rd or 4th grade, but then also again in 8th grade and again in high school. So those are, I think, just purely on a representational level, it may be the case that with our focus on a Western tradition, that there's a lot of that the students are going to read more from, say, the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans and the Middle Ages than they might get on sort of a specifically list of Black or brown American poets or authors or history, but that's just in terms of actual volume, because this is such a well thought through program, because there's so much attention to American history given, that students are definitely going to get connected to those sources, and there's a lot of opportunity at the level of the classroom and of the teacher to identify additional literature, particular literature from those sources that they can bring to the classroom.
Yeah, I mean, I know the curriculum said it's clear. I just, I think it's important, I'll just say that I think certainly as we think about the classical model, I think there's work to be done in terms of engaging students with the myriad of excellent texts that better reflect their background and the reality of kind of their experiences. And there is a place for the kind of classical text for sure, but it's just it's clear that that's not a priority based on text selection is kind of like you put your money where your mouth is. The novel studies that you do are kind of the place where you see that priority move.
And
that would just be my my concern there.
yeah, just to
Lisa, how do you feel about that? Why were you interested in this school?
I will say that the classical model is a model for all students. The purpose of the classical model is for students to master learning. And when it comes to Western history and the legacy of America, the students are going to learn everything about the history, good and bad. And then their responsibility is to take that history themselves and to create the country that they want to see. When we are reading the text that you reference, we're learning how to read text. So the classical model gives you a foundation of learning so that you can read other texts. Our culture is a shared culture as Americans, and other cultures have elements that we share, as in the way we believe in love, the way we believe in family, the way we believe in one another as human beings. So I personally grew up in Camden, New Jersey, small story. I didn't have a classical education. However, I had a very rich, deep history of Black American culture. And that taught me, that shows that you can transcend that. So it doesn't mean that you have to learn certain things in order to become culturally relevant. But when you learn something, you can learn something. You learn about learning, you can learn anything. And I don't think that the classical model takes away from anyone's culture, but the cultures are going to be combined to where that the individual student is going to learn from all cultures just based on a foundation of learning. That's the way I see it. I feel like the classical education is going to teach in the beginnings grades, going to teach learning and then teach them how to understand what they're looking at. We're not going to tell them what to think, but teach them how to think so that they can think for themselves. That's how I view the classical model for every culture, including my own and my own child.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Sherry, can I ask a question?
I was going to say our question and answer time is up, but if there are pressing questions, I would please like board members to throw those out real quickly. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Ms. Matthews, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're saying we don't specifically have to teach about other people's cultures because we're going to teach kids how to learn and then they can go find out on their own?
No. I'm saying that there's the ability for, as stated earlier, the teachers are going to have the ability to include any of the texts that would be appropriate for the class to include in the classical model. But we can't just say, well, we have to teach them about their culture or else they won't understand. They're going to learn how to learn so that they can understand anything that they're reading. So yes, as Eric stated, we will be able to incorporate other texts, but it doesn't mean that the classical model itself is not culturally relevant.
Any last questions, CC members?
Madam Chair, this is Rita Hare. I'd like to know if any of the board members have visited a Barney Charter.
Yes, that was part of the condition on becoming a partner with Barney Charter School, was that our board would go visit a school. We visited Atlanta Classical Academy, and we've also recently, in the last year, that was when we initially started up, but in just this last year with the COVID era, a couple of the board members went and visited Jacksonville Classical Academy and St. Lisa, what was the name of the other one? St.
John's Classical Academy.
St. John, sorry.
And those in Florida? You mean Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, both of those were in Florida, and
Right.
they were both open with schools live in their school is why we chose them.
And we currently do not have a Barney Charter in North Carolina, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shetler, what demographically, how would Atlanta, Jacksonville, and St. John's compare with the students that you're trying to attract in Cabarrus County?
And that's a good question. And I know, Eric, we've already broken these numbers down just on our own, not using the other schools, but would you say Atlanta is pretty similar to our demographic in that area?
Atlanta would be fairly similar. I think probably a slightly lesser African American population than what you're expecting in Cabarrus County. And then the Jacksonville Classical Academy is about, I think 50 or 60% African American. So it might be, that one might be a little bit higher than what you expect. So somewhere between those schools, I think, is demographically about where you expect to be.
Thank you for that clarification, Eric. Okay, Ms. Shetler, are you going to do the summation for your board?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
The vision for Dogwood Classical Academy is not just an idea on a piece of paper. It is a vision that is already successfully happening in over 20 schools across the United States that have partnered with Barney Charter School Initiative. Our school would be the first BCSI school in North Carolina. Schools that have worked with BCSI show their success in many areas of their school culture. I would like to tell you about 5 of these areas. Area number 1 is the academic success. The BCSI curriculum has proven successful in state end of grade testing, with students performing on an average 20% higher in reading and 10% higher in math than the state averages. Atlanta Classical School had a 100% rate of college acceptances for their first 2 graduating classes. And these 2 classes were awarded $8.3 million in merit-based scholarships. Their SAT score for the 2020 school year was the highest in the district, averaged the highest in the district. Students from multiple BCSI schools regularly receive gold, silver, bronze medals on the National Latin Exam, and several students earn perfect scores, which is a rare feat. Several schools have successfully participated in regional and statewide academic contests, including Quiz Bowl, national tournaments. The number 2 area is that of arts. These schools, hallways, and classrooms are adorned with students' artwork imitating classical masterpieces. Both vocal and instrumental music can be heard emanating from classrooms throughout the school day. Many BCSI students have achieved all-state status in orchestra, choir, and band. State-level blue ribbons have been won in both drawing and philosophy as well. The number 3 area is academic enrichment clubs. Many of these schools also participate in robust selection of clubs where they can pursue academic interest and talents beyond the classroom. learn new skills, and develop them under the mentoring of club's facility faculty advisor. The clubs may focus on drama, robotics, government, mathematics, leadership, service, science, art, philosophy, and many others. These clubs are successful against other schools in such competitions as Math Olympiad, Math Counts, and Science Olympiad. Chess clubs regularly do well in tournament competitions. In Area 4, athletics, most BCIS schools have made it a priority in their first years to allow students to field soccer, cross country, track, and other sports. All encourage an atmosphere of skill, concentration, and good sportsmanship that allows students to put into practice the virtues that they are learning and reading about during the school day. At Dogwood, students will be offered a variety of sports as we grow into our middle school grades. In elementary grades, students will be able to participate in sports through programs like Girls on the Run and Cross Country for Youth. Our final area is community service programs. Along with instruction offered within the school, many schools develop programs that enhance their local community. One BCSI school sponsored a symposium on the life and the legacy of William Saunders Scarborough, the author of Classical Greek, who is thought to be America's first classical scholar, African American classical scholar. Schools host an array of community events that commemorate historic moments such as the signing of the Bill of Rights, the Emancipation Proclamation, and Veterans Day, among others. BCSI students of all ages are encouraged to be engaged citizens by serving their local communities. Students organize and lead efforts to collect toys for children, snacks for military members, and food for various relief efforts. As the board chair, I could conclude by communicating the feelings our board had as we witnessed these classical schools in operation. Instead, I will share a couple of quotes from students and parents. A group of 4 BCSI students were asked how they liked their new school. We love it here. We have so many more friends and we like what we're learning. When asked to explain, the students responded, "At our school, the teacher had to spend a lot of time with the kids who didn't want to behave. Here, the kids are nice to each other. Before, all we did was reading and math practice. Now we do those things, but we also read and hear stories from history and science. Our teacher does a great job, and history stories are our favorite." A BCSI graduate quotes, "The teachers are not just teaching me in class, but they involved themselves in my life. They cared about who I was as a person, as a student as well as who I was as a person." A parent new to the classical education model states, "We love the school and everything about it. My children are thriving socially, emotionally, and intellectually. I am so glad too the kids are making good friends and we love the parents." Another mother shares, "I can't even put into words the difference that I have seen in my daughter in 5 short weeks. Her attitude towards school has done a complete turnaround. She is excited about learning and her confidence has risen so much." A 4th grade parent shares.
Ms. Shetler, I'm sorry. Can you wrap it up for us,
Yep.
please?
We are under no delusion that creating this school culture is as simple as following a model that has already been successful in other schools. It will take hard work, focus, and dedication to the mission of Dogwood Classical at all stages of development. This starts with our board of directors. We will combine our knowledge and skills to bring the success of the BCSI model to Cabarrus County. In dedication to our mission, we will move into the planning year excited to offer a school that plants and nurtures in its students a joyful enthusiasm for learning. We would like to thank you for the support and guidance you have provided to us and all the participants. We appreciate your continued support for quality education in North Carolina.
Thank you, Ms. Scheller and the entire board. At this time, I would like to turn to the CSAP members for discussion on the application and what your thoughts are about moving forward.
Yeah, this is Terry Stoops. It seems to me that classical education done wrong is when the students aren't taught to question and critically engaged in text, but to adopt a blind loyalty to the text that they're reading, to the dead white authors that they're reading. But this seems to me that this is classical education done right, where students are critically engaging with the text that they're encountering. They're not being taught that necessarily what the ideas of their forebears had were correct. They're not necessarily saying that they need to agree or comply with what they're learning, but they need to critically engage with the ideas and the authors of the past. And I think that is really the avenue that we don't get a whole lot of, we don't see as much as we need to in non-classical education, where they get to really spend some time on the text, the great thinkers, the great ideas, and they may in the end find that those ideas and those thinkers are bunk. And that to me is the sign of a successful education. When you have children being able to decide on their own and have the tools on their own to be able to critically engage with the ideas of the past. So I strongly support this application. I think it would be great for a growing county like Cabarrus, and I thank very much the board for bringing it to us.
Thank you, Terry. Others?
This is Rita Hare, and I think that they have also secured two very meaningful partners who give this charter a high probability of success. From what I've seen in the planning and the strength and the explanation of the program, I believe they can be well prepared and equipped to open this on time with a strong start.
Thank you, Dr. Hare. Others?
This is Lynn Kroger. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move Dogwood Classical forward.
So moved. Do we have a second?
This is Rita Hare. I second the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? So we have a motion to move the Dogwood Classical Academy's application forward to State Board of Education for ready to open. And we have a second.
This is Alex. I'm not going to support the motion. I think that, and I want to be clear that I don't have some kind of feeling about classical education. My youngest children are homeschooled and we use a classical model, but we're very aggressive about how we our text selection to ensure that dialogue that Terry so eloquently described is happening. And there's I think that this school is. I think this application is solid, but I don't think it's quite ready. I don't think the board is quite ready, just in my opinion. And I would like them to come back next year, and I think it's a slam dunk if they expand upon aspects of it and tighten up some other pieces, and so that's where I'm at.
Alex, this is Jamie Falkenberry. What specifically are your concerns with the curriculum? Just it doesn't have as much diversity in text as you would like, or just what exactly is it?
Who asked that question?
Jamie.
Sorry, Jamie Falkenberry.
Yeah, I think that I think it's not. So yes, I think that there are more texts that reflect the cultural background of students from Hispanic and African American background, I would like to see. But I know that the Barney initiative is going to kind of regulate this text selection. I think that part of me feels like I would have appreciated an answer from the board regarding how that they were going to solve for some of those things. And I think the idea that the response was essentially kids are going to be exposed to stuff and they'll get other times to talk about it. I think what your text selection is critically important. And if you don't have control of your text selection, you would have like a very clear plan if this matters to you about how you're gonna solve for that. And I didn't hear that.
Well, I mean, I honestly think they had a pretty good answer to it. I mean, you can't put every single piece of curriculum in there. And I mean, we're dealing with this right now at kind of the state board level, where we just passed a bunch of history standards, and everybody's saying, well, there's going to be dictated curriculum. Well, the curriculum's dictated at the local levels for traditional public schools. And I don't think we need to be micromanaging exactly how charter schools, what their curriculum is. I think we should, the Hillsdale Barney model is an excellent model. It should be replicated all around it is being replicated all around the country, and I'm really happy they did this here in North Carolina. And I just think it's a little unfair to say that we need to micromanage what curriculum they provide. The parents are going to ultimately decide whether or not they want to send their kids there. They can vet this stuff if they want, but also the board gave a good example of there are so many different examples that you can use that they've already presented. And I just feel that it would be a disservice to not pass this based on their curriculum when everything else checks out. And again, I don't think we should be micromanaging the curriculum to that extent. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not suggesting that I'm not trying to micromanage it. I think I felt like I didn't feel as satisfied with the response, and ultimately they are going to decide what they want that or the Barney initiative is. I do think when you align yourself to an initiative and you're like, we're replicating this, that does kind of on some level decide a certain curricular. I mean that's part of the plan, and arguably one reason why if those schools are successful, they're going to want to see this school replicated as well. I also just think that I just in general, I felt like the application would benefit from more depth and breadth, and felt similarly just about the both of the interviews with them. I just have felt like the school it's solid. It's just not at the level at which I feel like it's where we feel really good about sending it to the state board.
This is Bruce Friend. I'm inclined to support this application at this time. I will say that I'm not blown away yet by the evidence produced for overall demand, given the location of the school and quite a bit of competition in that area. But at the same time, I'm willing to give the board the planning year to prove me wrong, and well, not really prove me wrong, but prove themselves accurate in their assessments of that they can attract the students.
Hey, this is Jamie one more time. I really do feel passionate about the school. I really wish I could vote for it. But what Bruce just said too, the demand in that area. I'm from Cabarrus County. There is so much growth going on. Every time I go visit my sister or my family, there's a new housing development. I do feel bad that the school is in this COVID situation where they haven't been able to go out and really get to the community, but there is no doubt in my mind that they will exceed their enrollment with this, and if they will probably have a wait list after it does become public that it exists. There's a huge demand there, and knowing that the private schools in the area that do a similar classical education would cost parents tens of thousands of dollars, and this would be free for the students down there. So I think I'll stop talking, but I would really encourage everyone to look at the solid application, the fact that Hillsdale Barney is an incredible model that around the country. And I would really appreciate you all supporting this for this year. I don't think waiting another year for them to refine a few minor details would make any impact on them getting it approved next year. So I would really just really encourage everyone to approve it this year.
Do we have any other thoughts?
Madam Chair, this is Rita Hare.
Go ahead, Rita.
I believe that the charter of the application for the school does support several of our 6 legislative purposes, which is something we've been charged with monitoring that. And I definitely believe they would reach into numbers 1 and number 3, possibly number 4. I do believe this is an innovative method. We've already stated that doesn't exist in North Carolina. It gives parents another option to choose or not to choose. And I really appreciate Ms. Matthews' explanation that the classical model is for all students, where we all learn about America. They learn to read through largely through classical texts, which are may not be Black or brown authors, but also are not white American authors in a lot of cases. But the classical model is culturally relevant, and so I just I think that I would move for an approval of this application to go forward.
Okay, thank you, Rita. My biggest concern is about the desire from parents, and I know the board addressed that with their follow-up questions, responses. So I appreciate that. You do realize that you had shortcomings with regards to your internet outreach or whatever, and you're working on that. I think there will be parents who will like this program, this approach. Just be cognizant of your weighted lottery population and making sure that you reach those families also. If there's no further discussion, Ms. Becerra, we will call for a vote on the motion. The motion was to move Dogwood Classical Academy forward to the ready to open process.
Okay. Terry Stoops. Terry, are you there?
Did you say Rita?
No, I said Terry, Mr. Stoops. Okay, Joel Ford.
He'll be.
Joel Ford. Bruce Friend. Oh, I see.
Aye.
Okay, and Joel said yes in the chat box. Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kroger.
Aye.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
No.
Heather Van Cannon.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
No.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, great. Let's, time is 1 o'clock, so we're actually not, we're only staying about 30 minutes behind. Ashley, you had I believe you wrote me about NC Virtual. Do we need to do them sooner?
We can do, if we can do NC Access, I believe Dr. O'Neill had to leave at some point, so perhaps we could do NC Access and then do Virtual Academy.
Yeah. All right, let's go right in on NC Access.
Great. Well, we will be pretty brief. Good afternoon, board. This is Jay Whalen, Program Administrator for the Access Program. I'm excited to be here to give you all an update. We haven't been in front of the board for a couple months now, so excited to give an update on some of the progress through the fall and early into the spring. So just to catch you up, through 2 cycles now, we currently have 42 sub-grants that have been awarded to date, and 95 school leaders that have gone through or are currently going through our Access Fellowship. And so we're quickly coming up on the 3rd application cycle for subgrants. And so what I'm going to do is turn it over to our subgrant program manager, Davida Robinson, to give you an update on eligible applicants for the upcoming cycle.
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, Charter School Advisory Board. My name is Davida Robinson, and I am the NC Access Subgrant Program Manager, The deadline for schools to submit a letter of intent to apply for the 2021 subgrant cycle, was January 15th of this year. You received a full eligibility report of all schools that submitted letters of intent. A total of 30 letters of intent were submitted across 4 subgrant categories. 6 charter schools applied under the category of planning and implementation. 9 charter schools applied under implementation only. 14 charter schools applied under expansion, and 1 charter school applied under replication. Of the 30 total charter schools that submitted a letter of intent, 25 have been designated as eligible to move forward and submit a full subgrant application by March 1st of this year. 5 were not eligible due to performance grades, and some schools have not yet applied for a charter. Eligible applicants are being set up in Epicenter to submit applications, and we are getting ready to conduct our external evaluator training later this month to prepare evaluators to conduct application interviews. In addition, we plan to bring recommendations to this board in May. And board members, I just want to reiterate that there are 18 remaining subgrants to award, and we anticipate awarding anywhere from 10 to 15 subgrants this year. We plan to run one more cycle of subgrants next year. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Davida. And again, the process is the same as it has been for years past. So we'll begin the application review process in the next month, and excited to start another cycle. I did want to give a couple brief updates about some of the professional development and support that goes along with the Access program. And so a few highlights that I wanted to hit are our fellowship program. And so we currently have 66 fellows from subgrantee schools and 11 visiting fellows in this year's cohort. We also, that 11 visiting fellows includes 2 leaders from traditional district schools under the state's Restart model. So we've had a great opportunity to partner with the Restart program here at DPI and allow 2 leaders from Restart schools to join in some of the professional development of the fellowship. And so we've hosted our monthly fellowship sessions since August. We did have one exception in January. We had to cancel due to some unforeseen circumstances, but we're looking at ways to provide some additional development later this spring. We've also launched our Minority School Leaders Program, and so we currently have 14 aspiring school leaders who have officially begun coursework with Appalachian State University to obtain their North Carolina School Administrator license, and those leaders are also participating in our monthly fellowship sessions. In addition to the fellowship and specific support for Access Fellows and subgrantees, we've also started a slate of professional development offerings for all charter schools in the state. So starting in January, we began offering professional development opportunities to all North Carolina charter school leaders, teachers, and staff, and have already had a pretty overwhelmingly positive response to that. We planned 15 sessions this spring and already completed 4 of those. All of them are paid for by the Access program and free to participants. And so most sessions are open to up to 100 people, although we've had some sessions already exceed that limit and had one even over 200 registrations so far, and where we offered a second option for that session already. So really excited about the launch of that professional development program and some of the additional supports that we can provide to all schools and all leaders, even outside of the Access program specifically. And then finally, we're continuing to build out our library of best practices, which is part of the portfolio process of being in the Access program. So our website, we have a new website, which I believe I mentioned to this board, but I may not have, launched in early October, ncaccessprogram.com. And we have an initial set of strategies from cohort 1 and our partner organization, Implement Ed, is currently working with all current subgrantees, both cohorts 1 and cohort 2, to draft our best practice implementation summaries to post on our website and disseminate more broadly to not only the charter school community, but also the traditional public school community in the state. And so I do want to turn it over to Dr. O'Neill if she has anything to add around professional development. She's led a lot of this work in terms of the development for leaders and the development of the fellowship program. And so my hat's off to her for the work that's been done to this point. So I do want to turn it over and see if she has anything else to add.
I just wanted to add that I've noticed that at the rate we're registering and enrolling teachers in this professional development, there is definitely a need. I think because of COVID, online classes, schools are not risking face-to-face PD because of the extra expense to schools. Due to the pandemic, there's no money for PD. Teachers need the CEU renewal credits, so we will continue to work with Dr. Jones to bring some exciting PD content. With the expiring leaders, we did have 2 drop out because of family issues, but I already have 2 replacements that will be ready for summer, and 1 deferred to summer due to an eye injury. So we're excited about the things that we're doing with the NC Access program. Any questions?
Dr. O'Neill, the aspiring leaders, I'm assuming they're going to go through the program as a cohort, right?
Yes.
When is their expected graduation? Like a 2-year program?
No, yes, but they're gonna try to accelerate this group. So they started January 21st with 2 classes, and the majority of the classes will be done by this summer. And so the majority of this program is about internship, because remember, most of these candidates already have a master's degree in their field of study.
Okay, that's exciting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions?
Any other questions about eligible applicants, this third sub-grant cycle, or some of the other professional development work?
Just a clarifying question, the not eligible applicants like Movement, Thrive, and Stream, is that because they're 2 years away? I feel it from putting in an application or whatever, is that what it is?
Yeah, so under the federal regulations, to be considered a developer or charter school, you have to either be an operational school or have applied to an authorizer for a charter school. So the schools that are currently going through the process right now are eligible because they've applied to you, but those 2 schools have not yet submitted an application to officially become developers.
Okay.
Jay, we're going to, of the 25 who are eligible this year, I believe, is it DeVita?
DeVita. Mm-hmm.
DeVita, so that you would award 15. Is that true?
Yeah, so it's going to be a range. So we will run one more sub-grant cycle next year. We obviously want to support as many high-quality schools as we possibly can. So some of this will depend on the strength of the applications that we receive after March 1st. And, depending obviously on how many of those 25 actually submit full applications. But we do plan to run one more cycle of sub-grants next year. So we have tentatively planned for 10 to 15 this year, but that will depend on some of the strength of the applications that come in after March.
Thanks, that makes sense. But that does allow for more applications for next year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We know that this is, you are running application cycles, training folks, people that are, drawing down the grant. I mean, you have a lot going on, so I want to thank Dave, DeVita, and Barbara for all the work. It's excellent. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ooh, we're getting close to back on track here. Do we want to have NC virtual? Yeah, we're going to do that. Let's do that now. So I believe we have Ms. Acom here and just our regular update from NC Virtual Academy. I'm going to assume, Ms. Acom, that our board has reviewed the supporting documents. Was there anything that you want to, call our attention to without going slide by slide, if I may?
Yeah, not a problem. Well, first, just thank you for having me. I know it's been almost a year since I was in front of you. I was specifically asked to present data from last year, our academic growth and improvement in the absence of state assessments. I did include some student enrollment and staffing data. I want you to just be able to see the diverse population of students that we serve at our school. When looking at our growth analysis for last year, I think it's important to note that we do administer the MAP NWEA assessment 3 times a year. We do it in the beginning, in the middle, and the end of the year. So the chart for our growth analysis, you are specifically looking at the percentage of students who achieved at least 1 year growth as determined by their RIT score from beginning of the year to end of the year assessment. And then I also compared that with the growth from 2018-2019 on NWEA. You will notice that in all areas, we exceeded the growth from the previous year. We did remain the same for 9th grade reading. And I specifically want to point out an area of focus for us has been math instruction. Traditionally, our students have performed lower in math than we have in reading, and we did see a pretty significant increase in math growth across all grade levels that we administered the NWEA assessment. The next document, or the next slide, actually shows we use the NWEA conversion study to then predict what EOG proficiency would be. I want to make clear that this isn't, these aren't numbers that we created. It's specifically through MAP. I included the links for you guys if you want to look at how they compare their scale scores to end of grade cut scores for DPI. You will see a significant increase from 2018 to 2019 when using the conversions in all tested areas. We did see a slight decrease in 6th grade reading and 7th grade reading, but if those numbers were to hold true, we would still be significantly above Durham's average and the state average from 2018-2019. So we are continuing to see improvement based on NWEA assessments. I reviewed this data last year, so I won't go over it step by step. But we did administer fall EOCs last year. We saw an improvement in every assessment that we administered. I do want to note that our graduation rate increased 11.3% from 2018-19 to 2019-20. Additionally, our ACT scores increased, and 66.2% of our juniors were identified as college and career ready. The additional slides for academic data that I included were our subgroup data for both elementary and secondary. I won't read all of those data points to you because I do know that you have them in front of you. But this is an area that we are targeting this year. We think it's very important to work to close our achievement gap. And so this is an additional piece of data that we are looking at in terms of student growth and achievement.
Yeah, this looks great. Looks like trend lines are going in the right direction, and obviously you didn't have this EOGs last year, but hopefully we'll have data at some point that will align with what you're presenting here. And again, I'm excited to see that both of our virtual schools seem to be trending in the right direction, moving forward in the face of the pandemic, while others have, brick and mortar districts we've been in, schools have been scrambling. You already had a system built in. So, any other questions from the board?
Alex, mine's just a thought. I would have liked to have seen 2021 NWEA data for BFY and MOI. That's just a thought.
And I will present that data. I wasn't specifically asked for it this time. I know I will be back in front of you in May, and we will present our NWEA as well as NC check-in data for our students at that time to be able to see what our trends are looking like this year as well.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. In the last few slides are just our academic goals and action steps, as well as items that we are doing to build culture and social emotional support for our students. We drafted these goals from looking at last year's data and looking at our successes as well as our areas of improvement for this year.
This is Mr. Friend. I just want to thank you again for this information coming forth today. And kind of like I said, it's good to see the data trending in the right direction. I want to call out too, I appreciate you putting that last slide up there about what you're doing for providing SEL support for students. That's certainly a hot topic across the entire country, as districts and charter schools and private schools have had to shift to blended and online learning, in many cases unexpectedly for the past year. And how we meet students' social emotional needs when they're not on campus is a challenge that a lot of school leaders face. And I want to recognize that you're putting that together. And as a full-time virtual school and the organization you're partnered with, K-12, you've been providing SEL support for online students probably longer than we actually refer to the term SEL, over 2 decades. So just thank you for sharing that as well. It's a very important part of the support that we provide to all students, not just the academic side of things.
Thank you.
Alex, this is Dave. I want to thank Ms. Acombe and congratulate her for always submitting very timely and detailed data for us. She got her information into Ashley really quick so we could present that report to the State Board of Ed. They are truly the role model of what a virtual charter school should be, and look forward to them operating for years to come. But thank you, Ms. Acombe.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So at this time, time is 1:18. Why don't we just take let's take a 7-minute break in case anyone needs to step away for a quick minute. We'll begin with Melanie at 1:25, and we may be able to get close to being finished by 1:45 or 2. So does that sound good? So Melanie, just a 7-minute break if people need to just take a minute to look away from their computer.
Okay, sounds good, Alex.
Or grab a snack. All right, Melanie, let's go ahead and get started.
Thanks, Alex. This is Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools, and right now we're going to review the 2021 charter application timeline. And so this will be for schools, acceleration schools opening in 2022, and then the regular timeline schools opening in 2023. So our application open date is slated for May 28th, which is the last Friday of May. And so what you see are that applicants will have our resources posted on our website. The URL from our vendor is not yet live. So what we have here is a placeholder that will link directly to the Office of Charter School website in absence of the active link. So once that link is active, applicants will be able to follow the link to the vendor site and then begin their registration process to start their application process. July 30th is the last Friday in July. That will be our application close date. And you'll note that the application fee must be received by our office by this date, July 30. It's a non-refundable fee, must be received by 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we will only receive applications via the online platform. There will be no mail service or hand-delivered applications will not be accepted. Then we move into September and October. We've built in the timeline so that you'll see that the accelerated and replication applications receive the priority in accordance with statute, and they'll go through the first round applications allotted for the September and October meeting. Again, a full 1 hour, the process that we've done month after month here. Then we also have time in November to allow for any additional continuation of accelerated applications. So within that 120 days, looks like November, if we need, would be available for accelerated applicants. And then obviously we would put regular timeline applicants in that space if we do not need the accelerated slots. And then round 2 interviews as needed would be held during November through January. And a lot of this has been streamlined so that it's user-friendly for the external applicant. So a lot of the internal timelines, there's some processes that we as OCS staff will speak to and provide to CSAB. But this document is specifically for the external applicant, so we've streamlined it a bit. So then February, CSAB makes a recommendation for each accelerant applicant opening in State Board would actually consider that in February of 2022, any accelerated applications to move into the planning year into the ready to open process. So it looks like similar to what we're doing this year, those recommendations will be taken to State Board in February. And then State Board would vote on the accelerated timeline applicants in March. Then any final recommendations that CSAB needs to make on all applications would be forwarded in March for SBE discussion. And then the State Board can consider regular timeline applications prior to March, but the timeline is contingent upon the number of applications that we receive. And then in April, discussion by SBE based on those timeline, on those recommendations that CSAB presents, and then final vote for SBE in May. And then in June, it's important to note that CSAB would have to reconsider any State Board initially denied applications if that's applicable, and then if there needs to be any additional recommendations, CSAB would forward back to the SBE. And then through that July-August period, the State Board will review and make final approvals or denials of the reconsidered applications. So this is essentially the timeline. Then there will be application trainings that will take place over the course of the spring in advance of the application open date in May. So if there are any questions now, just please let me know.
Melanie, this is Rita Hare. Is there a particular individual that provides that application training in the summer?
Right. So it would be the OCS staff. So
Okay.
myself and Dr. Jones and some other folks in OCS, as well as some external speakers.
Great. This is just an observation, really. I don't think there's a policy in place or criteria in place that require these applicants to resubmit and respond to our feedback in a timely way. But today's such a good example of we come in equipped and prepared with information, and then they send documents that completely change things like their budget. And it's very difficult to feel like we're making informed decisions and that we really understand the changes and the intent of the changes when those submissions happen like that. Has that been addressed in the past?
I think that in the past, that's been a reoccurring concern that we've heard year after year. I guess what I would be prepared to do is I would like to hear directly from CSAB on working recommendations in terms of timelines that would work for turnaround to allow you all ample time to review any changes. But I think that we do need to set forth some really pretty disciplined requirements that would allow changes, but what that looks like exactly is something that staff needs to speak with CSAB further about.
Yeah, I think that, thank you for that, Melanie. I think that is like, the core question is how, ultimately it's up to us. We are the ones that have to live in the process. And so we just need to decide what amount of changes are permitted or responses are permitted and what will we accept? Because I would say historically I think we've kind of we've nibbled away at the rigidity around that we started with around kind of additional submissions or revisions to things like the budget and whatnot. We all know that the budget is a living document, and part of this process is it's not about, okay, is this number going to be exactly what it is, but it's about assessing the board's ability to decide on a budget, do the research beforehand, and then present that budget in an orderly fashion, and understand it with great depth and skill that would indicate that they would know how to manage an executive director towards the budget that they've outlined. So I just wonder. I think we just need to decide and be super clear. So it could be, look, we want you to get feedback from our first round interview and come back and change everything once the CSAB's looked at it. So you have to resubmit all documentation within 1 week of your first round interview, after your first round interview, if you get moved to the second round. If that's kind of what we're thinking, or we could easily say, you don't get to submit anything else. Whatever is submitted at the beginning is it. We read all that stuff and you all give a lot of time, and I'm not going to be on the board next year, so it's ultimately up to you all. But when people resubmit things, you're basically you're having to go back through the process that you should have gone through before in your first read or your reading of the app. Now, I know I always will touch the app more than once, so but I'll just kind of open it up because I think that's a really good point. Rita, appreciate the question, and Melanie as well.
We didn't used to let people change anything. Whatever was in the app was what went, because we said that the contract is what is the application. So now we've allowed quite a few people to change things this year. I don't know that we have no process for making sure that those changes become part of the app. And if they don't, then they're not held accountable for them. So I do think there needs to be some limit on how much changing you can do, but if we're going to allow changes, then we also need a process for making sure that in ready to open, that those changes get into the application.
I appreciate that, Cheryl, too, and I agree. And I wonder, I don't have the history that the two of you do, but maybe some of this occurred around the clarification interviews that would follow up. And naturally, you would be getting feedback and responses from them, and we kind of eliminated that step, the clarification interview. So maybe, as Alex said, we do narrow it down, because sometimes we do want to hear from them. We want them to be able to respond to some of our inquiries, but the changes have been pretty major, and then that's when it gets to be a problem.
Right now, I would welcome anybody else, any staff to respond. Namely, Ashley, if you have any thoughts around, making sweeping changes and whether or not that would constitute a need for like amendments. And I agree with everything that's being said, is that we need to be intentional on what we allow, because certain things would require amendments if there's too many material changes. So, Ashley, did you have any thoughts that you might want to include?
I would just, I guess, echo what Cheryl is saying, that it is very difficult to keep track of changes that are made during the application process, because, once they get into the RTO process, then they start submitting formal amendments. Hopefully not a ton of formal amendments, because you would hope that they were approved based on the application they submitted. However, we do have schools in the RTO process that submit formal amendments, and then, that process integrates those approvals into the charter application. So essentially their charter becomes amended, and now that is the new charter application that stakeholders can look at. When it's done in the application interview process, we don't necessarily we don't follow a formal amendment process because they haven't officially been approved. So it's one of these things that Ms. Turner's absolutely right. We would hope that they would do what they have stated they are going to do. And in some cases, like, for example, when SABA changed its mission, we have like that documentation. But it is certainly not as clear cut as it is when they're approved by state board, they are in the RTO process, and we can do formal amendments.
I would impress upon the board to draw a hard line on this, and you don't get to apply to graduate school, submit your application, have an interview, and then come back and submit a revised essay for another look. And I know this is not a perfect analogy, but I just think that we should, we all understand, certainly those of us have all had our hands in charter work in the state, we understand that the budgets are going to adjust a little bit. To me, the application is it's a way to their understanding of the budget is a way for us to assess the board's capacity to manage a school. And if they don't come ready for prime time, and then they come back and submit another reversion after they get to talk to us, I feel like we're doing the work for them. And we are, because we're actually making more work for ourselves. So I think I would just go back to everything is submitted, and any clarifications are done in the 2 hours that we are allotting these schools, should they get moved to the second interview, in the questions that they get to answer. That would be my position.
Yeah, Alex, I think the clarification piece was put in place. I mean, it is a clarification. So you're talking about your curriculum or whatever, but we didn't get a clear understanding that you can flesh it out with through the clarification interview. It wasn't that you were going to get to go back and say, oh my God, I didn't choose a curriculum. Now let me tell you which one I'm going to use or whatever. That was the difference between an application that was ready for prime time versus one that, the board is just beginning to get their feet under themselves with regard to that application. So clarification should be, okay, you're scratching your head a little bit. You don't quite understand this, but I'm not giving you, 300 more pages of documents to read to explain what I really meant to say the first time. In the past, we did not accept any resubmissions, period.
Yeah, and I think Rita's right that we're in this and for board members who are new, but you all have probably seen this process. Some of you, I want to say, Terry, I think, I know you watch Jamie, all of you guys, all of you are familiar with this. I think we did used to allow them to respond to questions after the external reviewer. One of the issues with that is that would generate another 50 pages of responses and work, both for the schools, frankly, because they feel obligated to respond, and then for us to read. So we were trying to just, I think in our effort to try to cut that step out, we then, I think sometimes we will ask questions that we want clarification. Then we say, well, you come back with this, with this, and then they say, oh, I don't think they're trying to game the system. I think they're legitimately trying to respond to us, and we're not really, I take ownership for this being as clear as we need to be. So again, we'd love to get any other different voices in here.
Hey, Alex, this is Dave. Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Okay. I do think we need to stick to the deadline, and what they submit on the end of July, that should be the application that you guys are looking at and vetting. And if they change something that's going to require their budget to be changed, you have to look at the budget that was submitted at July 30th, whatever the date is. And just like the Saba situation, we asked them to change their mission statement. Well, you could have approved them. Maybe we should have approved them on the stipulation that you change your mission statement during RTO, because that's, even though a mission statement is a major change, that is not like changing your budget. So I certainly agree with whatever the deadline application looks like is what we should be looking at and judging. I think that we contributed to a lot of this confusion because we accepted a couple applications that came in person. We did not do a good job on a completeness check. So in our effort to be extra kind or show as much grace, that we allowed some additional documents to be submitted, and that got way out of hand too. So we have talked internally about doing a much better job of doing a completeness check right away, so we don't have that issue. And again, I think if the application that you guys are looking at is the one that was submitted when the application period closed, then that's what you should be judging, whether they got a charter or not. There are some things that can be worked out during RTO, but RTO is not the time to be changing their application. Just like Ashley said, if they started submitting 2 or 3 major amendments, well, that'd be a totally different application that you're approving. So that's just my thought. And anything that our office has done to make this process not as organized as it should have been, I take responsibility for that, and I do apologize.
Well, this is Rita Hare. Just a little follow-up. I don't think you need to apologize. I think your office has done an outstanding job. And I particularly appreciate the information that Ashley provides regarding each school and how they've conducted it during the process. And also, from time to time, Alex has gone to the Office of Charter Schools and said, what's your take on this? How do you see it? And that's very valuable information. And so I just appreciate the way you've handled it. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Bruce. Thank you all, and Dave, for your comments there. I tend to agree with what everyone is saying. I think the application that we review should be the one that was submitted in July, period. And the only changes that should be made would be anything that maybe we identified that we asked them to circle back on between the first and second interview, if a second interview is granted. To me, that would be the only time that it would be looking for them to provide new information or updated information, and that's assuming they get a second interview.
Melanie, this is Rita. We've probably taken you way off track, right?
No, not at all.
I do have a question. It's probably out there for anyone. Just to clarify my understanding, when these interviews began, that round one, I can't recall if we did it this past year, but is it possible that a school will be approved and they move forward after just that 1 hour round one, and they are not even asked to come back for round two? Does anyone recall if that occurred this year?
I believe that did.
That occurred with Triangle Math and Science, I believe.
Okay. So it does happen.
It does happen.
So even in the first set, it seems to me that we only did second interviews for 3 of the 4 accelerated.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Well, and that's the other part of this. I think I'm seeing agreement in the chat and just from people. I think, Melanie, we are at the place, I think the board feels that no additional submission should be permitted after the application. I think we're all agreed on that. And then I think that the other part of this that I'd like the board's feedback on is this exact question. We adjusted this process a little bit this year. I think part of the challenge is that doing them all remotely made it more difficult for us to truly assess the board in one interview. But I wanted to get feedback on particularly board members that sat through both types of cycles or or at least one other cycle, because we used to do a 30-minute clarification and then decision to move forward. But you couldn't go to the state board after a 30-minute clarification. So I feel like there's some options there. We could go back to that. We could also, to save time, you could also consider maybe changing the structure of the second interview to where there is no opening statement. There is not, like, it just goes right into questioning because you've already had the board there and there's less time potentially. So it's kind of like an hour up front and then 30 minutes on the back end if we feel like that's necessary, but we tend to use all the time. So, of course, if you give people time, a lot of times we're gonna end up taking it. So I just wanted to put that to the board because I do feel that, these parts of the process do need to be approved by the state board and presented to them. And this is kind of our only shot because it's supposed to go next month, I believe.
Alex, I won't be available next year, but I can say that I did prefer the interview process as we did it this year. I agree that the second interview got a little lengthy in that we gave the board an opening and closing statement again, even though they'd had that in their initial interview, and I don't think that was probably quite necessary. They knew where our thoughts were, what we were drilling down on, and I think we would have been more fruitful maybe to have spent the extra time in those areas versus them giving us another, opening and closing statement. With that being said, I still think it could be trimmed back to like 45 minutes. Bottom line is, if it's a really stellar application, we are certainly going to want to put that application through after the first interview. And Rita, yes, fortunately, there are times when we can do that. But more often than not, we have to see them again to get further clarification on pieces of the application. But I think for me, the format, we've done it committee style. When I first came on the board 7 years ago, my committee went into a separate room and, parts of the board could come talk to you. And it was so we've evolved the process, and I think we've gotten better. I know the application timeline has improved. The application itself has improved. I want to say our process has also improved, but there's always still room for other changes to benefit us.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Oh, this is Heather Buchanan. Lynn, you can go ahead if you want to.
No, that's fine. Go ahead, Heather.
Okay. So since I have been through a couple of cycles, I thought I would weigh in here a little bit. I do think, as I recall the clarification process, we spent a lot of time policing ourselves for whether something was a clarification question or an interview question. And so I do feel like we have a new and improved process. echo the sentiments about the opening statement and the closing statement in the second round because we've already heard from them. So I think that we can trim it down that way. What I do think would be helpful, though, and I know that this was kind of what we had planned to do pre-COVID, is so that we're all on the same page about, well, this application really, even though it came in as quote unquote complete, it appears as though they're going to need to make some big changes. Having a conversation together around like maybe even one application, modeling that process in terms of, okay, this one doesn't cross the finish line in terms of going on to a second interview and they need to come back the next year. I just think being on the same page about what that looks like, we might be able to avoid some of this stuff where they're trying to submit additional information and it changes basically the charter and the contract, if you will, from its original state. I just think that would be really beneficial if we were able to do something like that. Then we're all kind of on the same, in the same arena as far as what the expectations are. And no, this one isn't good enough yet. Thank you.
This is Bruce. I'll jump in again. Thank you for those comments. I tend to agree with everything that's been said thus far. I guess one comment I have, I can't think of specific schools. I think we did a pretty good job this year of being very diligent about which schools got a second interview. I'd say there were probably times, again, I can't remember which ones, that I probably felt that, yeah, the application wasn't perfect, but if I had the opportunity to learn more, maybe the second interview would flesh that out a little bit. And sometimes that happened, sometimes it didn't. That's the other thing I just share is that whether we keep the opening statement and closing statements, whether we give them that opportunity in the first interview or second interview, I don't know if there's a way that we can, and I'm nitpicking here, I will admit, but I don't know if there's a way in the application process or training that the applicants understand, like when we say you have 10 minutes for opening, that's what you have. And when we say you have 5 minutes for closing, that's what you get. I think we've had some situations recently where those statements run long and then we don't get enough time for the questions that we have. And I know it's difficult, Mr. Chairman, or the chair of the committees to cut people off, but I mean, if you're told you have 10 minutes to do an opening statement or 5 minutes to do a closing statement, that's just what it is. You gotta. If you can't do that, then it's pretty frustrating. I think at times for the whole process. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree, Bruce, and I think part of that did fall prey. I don't think it's an excuse. I think we needed to be more deliberate, but on the timing, because it hurt us. But I think in person that was easier. I feel like that's one of the. It's like hard to cut somebody off when you're not even looking at them and whatnot. And when you kind of have to barge in there, but I think people need to follow the directions, and maybe one thing that could be very easily done too on the applicant side to ensure is to just have a Zoom meeting or a WebEx with all applicants that have a complete application, where the Office of Charter Schools would go through what the interview is going to look like so that they know exactly how much time they have, they can plan accordingly and allot their time accordingly. And, the decisions that the CSAB will make and recommendations like don't interrupt and start talking when they have closed discussion, I think that might help so that they're crystal clear. At least someone from that board is crystal clear on what the expectations are.
Yeah.
This is Lynn Kroger. I just want to add that I think what would help a lot is a lot of times when we go into a second interview, it's because we have additional questions that maybe we didn't have time to answer. Maybe we submit those questions to them, either written form or at the end of their first interview. And if they get moved forward, then they have a chance to just, that's all they need to do is answer those questions, which again could spur more questions from us. But, and then they can't introduce any new information as far as, changing, like we said, the contract. I think that would help streamline it. I think this process worked the best so far in the time that I've been on the board. And I think it would work even better when we are in person. But I think if we streamline the second interview, just to kind of highlight the questions that we didn't get answered in the first one, would really help.
I love that idea, Lynn, and think that if we said that we have a maximum of 5 questions so that it's not unwieldy for the boards or for us. So, like, the committee chair's responsibility would be to close the first round interview with schools that are moving forward. So maybe even after the vote, or OCS could help facilitate. Okay, what are the 5 questions that you want us to present to this board to answer or whatnot? And then take, obviously they're going to be writing it down, but then the Office of Charter Schools can send it to them and they can complete it in a structured way. So all those documents also look the same, because sometimes people tack on a whole bunch of other things, which I think again is time consuming to kind of sift through. So I think that's a great idea.
This is Cheryl. I agree with everything that's been said. And when we submit 5 questions or whatever we ask them to come back with, we need to know when that stuff needs to be back. It needs to be back by whatever it is that Ashley posts to the e-board. We shouldn't get it the morning of.
Alex, this is Dave. Can I say something again?
Yep.
All right. These have been great conversations, and we're certainly taking notes. What we're asking for right now is for CSAB to approve the timeline, and I think that a lot of the suggestions and ideas is the operation of this process that I think we can continue to have those conversations whenever you want to continue to have them. But there's been great points. We want to make sure we incorporate all these points. But what we're looking for today, and I don't mean to cut the conversation short. I can go to 5. You guys probably can't, but we want to make sure that everybody understands. We're asking that this timeline be approved today. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I can thank you, Dave, for keeping me on track. Yeah, I think this is great. I think it's good that we captured this immediately after we finish some applications, because I always find that that's a good time to quick download. But I think we have some good fodder to. Maybe we can put on the agenda a brief discussion about this at our next meeting or in April, so that we can really nail down what the process will look like next year. And then, so regarding the timeline, the only question that I had on it was, we have a lot of schools that have not met their open target date or have needed to ask for a delay. And I don't see it in the timeline. I just wish we could get it to where, and maybe it's next year after COVID, where the application deadline can be moved up because I think if we could start interviews in the summer, we could get it to the state board, all the apps to the state board by December, and then they could vote in January, which is a gift to the schools to give them an additional 6 months, basically, of time to get open. And we are having an issue with schools that we approve and have said we want them to open, not being able to meet their timeline. So that's my only.
Absolutely, Alex, and that is our long-range goal to do that. State Board has asked that we not radically change the timeline until after COVID. So that's why we haven't. But you notice this application says we might go all the way to May or June with approving applications. It's our goal to try to get to the timeline we got to this year, where we're in February and you've approved or denied every application that you've seen. So even though this timeline gives us the opportunity for it to go on longer, it's our goal to get it to you quicker and sooner, so schools do have a little more time to open up. But you're exactly right. Our long-range goal is to start getting these applications vetted during the summer, and we get them to state board so a decision can be made no later than December or January.
Great. Well, I have no issues with the timeline. Also, it's not going to be my timeline to pay too much attention to anymore. So happy if anyone else wants to add anything or make a motion.
It's not going to be mine to worry with either, Alex, but I would love to make a motion that we accept the 2021 charter application timeline.
I second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, I think we probably do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Dave, updates from you, and then it's a wrap.
Sure, and our team will look at the recommendations that you've made and what we talked about, and we'll try to come back with some sort of either recommendation or proposal for you to talk about, if not at next meeting, but the following meeting. But we'll try to capture everything that you've said and come up with a proposal. Quickly, as far as State Board of Ed updates, they approved Aristotle's request to partner with Charter One. They did approve Saba's accelerated application, and I want to thank Alex for helping that presentation. They approved the weighted lotteries for Apprentice High School, Summer Creek, Art Space School, and Lake Laura Classical Academy. They discussed the virtual charter school impact of increased enrollment, and I want to thank Ashley for doing a great job on the report and for presentation. They discussed enrollment requests by Shining Rock, Moore County Montessori, and Unity Classical. Not a lot of discussions. I was anticipating a little more than we received. They discussed North Raleigh Charter's request for a second delay. Triangle Math and Sciences High School request to relocate. There was discussion about the impact statement that really refers to their replication applications. So we anticipate that coming back up next month. And they did discuss renewal recommendations. I want to thank Cheryl Turner and Dr. Cooper for assisting in that. I anticipate some more tough questions on that next session. We'll need to be prepared to answer some of the questions that were asked. As far as OCS updates, the team is working on the virtual charter school report that's due in June. RTO session, it started again, session 3 was last week. And the renewal visits, the virtual renewal visits have started once again. As they talked about in the NC Access update, that they are providing monthly professional development for all of our charter school leaders, which has been very beneficial. You know, I just can't stress how much that NC Access program has meant to the charter school community. The things that we are able to do now through that NC Access program and really through Dr. O'Neill's innovation is just amazing. And I'm just so proud of that team for what they've been doing. And then finally, I'm not sure a lot of our board members realize this because we've been meeting virtual, but we have Ashley Bailey, who is the Charter School Teacher of the Year, that sits in all our meetings with us, and she's been making some comments in the chat box. We're very fortunate and happy to have Ashley as a advisor to this board. I wish we were face-to-face so you could meet her and get to know her, but her insight as a teacher is very valuable, and I certainly encourage you to look at what she has to say in the chat box. And Ashley, feel free to join into the conversation anytime you'd like to. She comes from Roxborough Community Charter School, which is one of our very best charter schools, and we're very happy to have her on the board.
Thank you so much.
That's all I have.
Appreciate that.
Okay. And that is it, Mr. Chairman.
Dave, I'd like to just say thanks to Melanie and the gang for this application round. What a great job and her leadership. It's such a pleasure working with you guys. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Absolutely. Melanie's doing a fantastic job.
I will echo that as my final application round of applications. Obviously, we got state board still, but we just a testament to the team that we were able to do this really challenging work in even virtually. I think it created a lot more stress and unique circumstances, and I just really appreciate you all, everything you did to make it work. And with that, Sherry, do you have a motion?
Yeah, Bonnie, you know it. Can we please adjourn, sir?
It's been moved. Second. Do I have a second?
This is Bruce, second.
All right, multiple seconds there, and we'll give it to Bruce. All right, all in favor, voice vote.
Yes.
Aye. See you next.
Bye, guys. See ya.
Hey, have a great day.
Great day. Thank you.